An iron tradition for the
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Friday, January 20th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the NFL Divisional Playoff Preview, Jags and Chiefs, Giants and Eagles, the two games that are going to be on Saturday. And then obviously on Saturday night, we might be able to go over what we think is going to happen on the Sunday games between the Bengals and the Bills, as well as the Dallas Cowboys visiting the San Francisco 49ers. Should be a good one. And like I said, we're just going to hang out. It's Friday. There's not really a whole lot going on. We got the 2023 Polynesian Bowl on NFL Network that they're showing some of the top ranked quarterbacks that are not only in Hawaii and players that are, very solid in Hawaii, but one of the best in the country. And it looks like this particular game is showing some of the Hawaiian players and maybe players from other schools, from other locations, but lots of good defensive end. They got the first-ranked receiver, first-ranked quarterback, second-ranked defensive end. So I wasn't really planning on watching this. I was going to go and do a little bit of the NBA, but I figured, let's watch this. I normally don't watch this particular game, Polynesian Football Hall of Fame. It's kind of weird that they have it on NFL Network. I'm not really sure if they have it on every year or if I haven't caught it. But yeah, I'm always down to catch football, whether it be XFL or any other off-brand. And like I said, we can hang out for a couple hours, go over some of the matchups between obviously the Jags and the Chiefs that are going to be tomorrow, which you can see behind me, as well as the Giants and the Eagles. And then we can always discuss the other matchups as we get into Saturday. I'm going to be busy. I think we already know that. We're going to be trying to do 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. And so if we have to go through any of the other previews at that point, we can definitely do that after we discuss, any Giants, Eagles, Chiefs, Jags. Obviously, if you guys want to touch on the games that I feel that are going to be closer and the games that are going to be better are going to be on Sunday. I'm not saying that both of these matchups tomorrow are going to be bad, but I think that there's a better chance of a blowout, 7 to 11 point wins by possibly the Chiefs and the Eagles. And then when we go into Sunday, I really genuinely think the Bengals and Cowboys have a shot. I'm not saying that the Giants and Jags have no shot, but I think that as far as the confidence level that I have, I don't have as much confidence as the Jags and Giants. I know they're happy to be here and to get to this point, but the Bengals are a team that could go to the Super Bowl, right? And the Dallas Cowboys, even though they've been bad, and this is the first road playoff game that they won against the Bucs since 1993 with Troy Aikman, Cowboys look very good. You know what I mean? Like the last couple years, winning like 11 and 12 games. It's not like I thought, well, the Cowboys aren't really a good team. The thing that really held them back was coaching and play calling. And I fear the coaching and play calling has gotten better. Defense has gotten a little bit better. They've been on the same level, but the concern in that Cowboy game is penalties, self-inflicted wounds, self-inflicted penalties on the defense, and the play calling and the execution. But as long as they go to Pollard over Zeke, as far as carries, and they give him a little bit more looks, you can still get Zeke involved, and it can be 50-50. But I feel if they make the game 60-40, Tony Pollard, or 65-35, where you're just getting a little bit more from Pollard, that could be the difference on possibly, being close to the Niners or tying with the Niners, and going to overtime, or maybe doing the unthinkable, beating the Niners, which I don't necessarily think that's going to happen. But if you look at the games on Sunday, the Cowboys and Bengals have a hell of a lot better chance in my eyes than the Jags and Giants do. Now, could the Jags and Giants make history? Of course they could. Of course they could. We could see something crazy. Like, obviously the Jags were, down 27-0 to the Chargers. But this team with the Chiefs, yeah, their defense is suspect at times like the Chargers, but I don't think there's any way that that kind of scenario that we had happen last week happens again. And a lot of times, when you have this crazy ending, crazy game, crazy second half comeback, you kind of, expend all your energy on that game. And then usually the next game you go in flat. You go in cocky, you go in confident. But a key example is the Minneapolis Miracle. Diggs, they get the catch, boom, down the sideline. They're so fucking excited. Everyone's like, Vikings to the Super Bowl. But I knew, and that's why I didn't bet on the Vikings in that particular game or told people to, because I figured that all of that emotion that was spent, kind of drained them. And then they went into that game against Philly. Philly came in there with a game plan, punched him in the mouth early, and the game was fucking over, early. So you never know, but I'm definitely excited that we are finally here. It seems like this week, since we haven't had football on Thursday, it's like you got Monday Night Raw, you got a little bit of wrestling, AEW Dynamite on Wednesday, but it just feels like when football isn't on Mondays and Thursdays, to get to Saturday or Sunday is like pulling teeth. I'm like, come on. It's like, I'm sitting here. I'm like, I can't wait for the games. And I'm looking at the fucking calendar on the computer, Tuesday and then Wednesday. But finally, we're here. And like I said, I'm not going to, go out or do anything crazy. So I'm going to definitely get some reading in, try to get a little bit of sleep. And then we're going to go into the games. Jags and Chiefs are first. And then the Giants and Eagles are next. And I'm just kind of going through the injury report. And we'll see if we get some people to come through. Sarah in the building. How are you? So let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. And hopefully we can get some people, like I said, you never really know. It's Friday night. It could end up being a slower night like we had on Wednesday, or it could be maybe something similar to what we had yesterday. But we'll just kind of play it by ear at this point. So, we'll see who shows up, where we're at. And then in the meantime, I'll just watch a little bit of this Polynesian Bowl and some NBA. And if there's anything else that you want to go over, Sarah, at any point, let me know. And we'll kind of go from there. And then, like I said, at some point, if, depending on if you're up for it and, some of the other, people in the Wrench Gang, I might have some of you guys hop on, as we move forward. We'll talk about it, in advance and everything like that. But I feel that, having, the opportunity to, because, we've had Birdman, 951 on here, but I don't really have too many people on here, but I feel that we have a lot of smart people that do have something worth to say that actually know a lot. So at some point, we're going to have you on here, Sarah, with me. And then maybe we'll have Holly, maybe, Shep, maybe Chief will Chief. There's going to be people, as long as, obviously you're going to be on a computer or a laptop. And as long as you have a good enough camera and audio so we can hear you, but I'm not one of those hosts that, is going to control everything at all times. And I think it would be kind of cool, for everyone to be able to get into a little group here. And we don't have to do it for like a long period of time. I can still kind of manage the flow of the stream. But 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I mean, if things are going good, maybe 30 minutes. And who knows, maybe we'll get to a point where, we'll end up, splitting the time with the stream where half of the time will be me and one other person or two other people. And then the rest of the stream will be just me. And then other times it'll be me throughout the whole stream. But I'm not opposed to the idea of getting people that, started off as maybe fans and then friends and then family. It's just going to make it better. So, if that way, if things are getting a little bit slow, and then if we can have two of us on the screen or three of us, we can figure it out. The main thing is, if we have more than four people, we have to make sure we're not talking over each other. And that's very difficult too sometimes, unless I line it up, I set you up, what do you think, Sarah? And then you go through and then what do you think, Shep? What do you think, Holly? And then when we go that route, if I kind of manage, the microphone where we go, I think we'll be fine. But I think it would be a cool thing. I don't really see a lot of people doing it. Especially if you're kind of like a solo artist or a solo streamer, it's, kind of a taboo thing. But I mean, like I said, I don't do things like everyone else. And I think it would be a good opportunity to have some of y'all on camera with me. If you're shy and you don't want to do it, completely fine. But there's only going to be a few people that I would even consider asking. It's not like I'm going to have anybody come on. It's going to be, just a few people. But I'm going to go over the injury report here first with the Jags and the Chiefs, and then we'll go after that with the next matchup. All right, so let's take a quick look here. And I was thinking to myself when the injury report came out, Sarah ended up sending me that they end up having some serious injuries on the Bengals O-line. And I'm like, fuck, man. Finally the time where I feel pretty confident that I think the Bengals can get past, the Bills. And then this morning, right, we had an injury status come up. And the injury status, let me see where it is. Right here. So the Bengals ruled out left tackle Jonah Williams and right guard former Buccaneer Alex Kappa for Sunday's game versus Buffalo. That is a big fucking deal. Okay, if you're betting money or you're looking for me for advice on what to do and how much to bet, I mean, like I said, you can probably bet on this Chiefs and Jags game pretty comfortably with the Chiefs winning. Now, we don't really know if it's going to be a 3-point win, 4-point win, or if it's going to be 6, 7, 8 points, which kind of Vegas is looking at, right? Or 10 points or more, where, the Chiefs just go on a little run in the fourth quarter and win by 14 or something or more. 10 to 14 or more could happen, right? Or Trevor Lawrence might be in the zone because we know the Chiefs defense, let's be honest, has holes. A lot of the teams in the AFC side, Chiefs, Bills, Bengals, no one, and I'm saying no one is intimidated by those defenses. Now, if Von Miller was there with the Bills, yes, intimidation. If the Chiefs got better production, maybe more consistency out of Chris Jones, Frank Clark, and the rest of the guys, Nick Bolton, Willie Gay, all the guys in the secondary. But it just seems like some of the younger guys, it's taking them a little bit longer to get, adjusted to the game. So I don't really feel very confident. And normally with these three teams, the offenses are just trying to outscore you, Bills, Bengals, Chiefs, right? And then if anything happens on the defense, you're like, hell yeah, but you're not expecting it. But with the Cowboys, Eagles, right, and the Niners, you expect the defense to stop the run, possibly get a pick or a fumble, and make some fucking plays, right? So, it's two totally different worlds. You got the best balance in the NFC, Cowboys, Niners, Eagles, where they look like Super Bowl teams. And then you got the Super Bowl caliber teams, right, in the AFC with the Bills, Bengals, and the Chiefs, but none of them really have a good defense, in my opinion. Like, the defense, to me, that's the best out of the three is the Bengals. I like what I get from Von Bell. I like what I'm getting from some of those key pieces, not only in the corners and the secondaries, but if you actually look at the roster, and then with Hubbard and T-Rex, it just seems like they have better pass rushers, better ball hawks, guys that are a little bit more consistent. But I don't know if I'm necessarily going to flip my pick, but I was messaging Sarah and I was thinking, damn, their offensive line already isn't very good, right? It's been better than it was last year. But remember, they had one of the worst offensive lines in football. They made it to the fucking Super Bowl and barely fucking lost. Imagine if they had one better offensive lineman, maybe they win that game. Like the difference between winning and losing last year in the Super Bowl, and also on that last play when Aaron Donald got the sack, if the offensive lineman was able to block for another second and a half, you already saw Jamar Chase had the corner on the ground. He slipped. And I think that they would have scored a touchdown there with like a minute to go. And there was a good chance the Bengals might have been able to pull off that upset. You never know. But I mean, he was open down the sideline, but Aaron Donald ended up getting the sack. So we're going to have to wait and see. But my whole mantra and my whole vibe, as you guys know, it's not quarterbacks that are better, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends. That shit doesn't matter. It really comes down to O-line, D-line, defense, right? Coaching and play calling. Those are really the key factors on what it makes a team go. It's like the gasoline in a car. You got to make sure the wheels are spinning. You can have, Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and Josh Allen, Lambos, right? Ferraris, right? But if there's no gas, which is the offensive line, what's going to happen? You're not going to get 0 to 60 or 0 to 100 in 2 seconds or 3 seconds. You're not going to be able to peel out and get out of there. You're going to be stuck. You're not really going anywhere. And we saw with Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl against Mahomes, number 1 quarterback, Kelsey, number 1 tight end, Tyreek, number 1 or number 2 wide receiver with Devontae Adams that year. You can have the best at wide receiver, tight end, and quarterback, and still in a Super Bowl get no touchdown passes, which is, if you really think about that stat and how crazy that is, that you're thinking to yourself, you got Kelsey, Mahomes, and Tyreek, right? But you weren't even able to get one touchdown pass. I mean, it's one thing to lose the Super Bowl, right? But I think that stat alone really surprises people, but it shows you defense wins games, defense wins championships, and it doesn't matter. I mean, like I said, you would love to have the more high-profile quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end, because that's going to help you move the chains. But if the offensive line is just bad and they can't block, run block, pass block, then the whole scheme of the plays of like having plays develop downfield where you need 3.5 seconds, but if you only have 1.5, like Tom Brady this year, you're not going deep to Mike Evans. You're not going deep to Godwin. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be able to have time for things to develop. And same thing with the running game. You know, you have to be able to have good linemen up front that give it their all to open up those holes and pull, so that way guys can go up the tackles, halfback dives. You know, you can be able to get some good running game. You can flip it up. You can switch it up. RB1, RB2, Pollard, Zeke. You can kind of flip it around. But it's going to be very interesting. And I'm not really sure if I'm going to flip my pick from the Bengals to the Bills, but it's kind of feel. And also, you know, like I was saying before, I can't let my heart, right, for Joe Burrow over Josh Allen decide that, okay, I like Joe Burrow personally more than Josh Allen, but just because I don't like Josh Allen as much as Burrow, I can't let that be the deciding factor in who's going to win the game. I have to be smart. And then that's why a lot of people lose money in bets, because they take their favorites and they don't think here. You know, it's like, well, I don't really like Josh Allen. I like Burrow better. And even though I think the Bills are the better team and they're at home, I'm going to say, fuck you. And I'm not going to go with them. So sometimes you have to get past that on who you like with your heart. And you have to really think, okay, who's going to win? Can the Bengals still win, you know, without those guys out, you know, on the field, Jonah Williams and Alex Kappa? I don't know. I know both teams are on big win streaks. The Niners, all right, on a big win streak. You got obviously the Bengals on a big win streak, the Bills on a big win streak, 8 or 9 in a row. I mean, these guys haven't lost in a long time. So it's going to really come down to the battle in the trenches. So I'm not really sure what to expect. But the game now, I don't know. I still got 24 hours to possibly flip, you know, and change my pick. But I just also on the flip side, I don't know if all 4 home teams are going to win. You know what I mean? Because usually if you look at stats and analytics and history, you know, you can easily go, okay, Chiefs home, Eagles home, Bills home, Niners home. But how often do the number 1 seeds win? Last year, the Titans and Packers both lost. So I'm not saying necessarily the Chiefs and Eagles are losing tomorrow. I think they have a good chance to both win, you know, different opponents this year. But it makes me kind of wonder, but that Bengals edge that I thought that, you know, that could be it. I'm thinking I might have to flip it now and I have to go to the Bills. I'm still going to be rooting for Joe Burrow and the Bengals because I like them more. I'm more of a Bengals and Chiefs guy rather than a Bills guy. If the Bills win the Super Bowl, I'm not going to be salty or jaded. It's not like I hate them. It's just that I prefer the Chiefs and Mahomes, and I prefer Burrow over Josh Allen in the Bills. I mean, I think the Bills are great, but, you know, no Von Miller, they have injuries. But now with these offensive linemen out, I have to now compare offensive lines and defensive lines. And I know most people don't do what I do. You know, they're like, oh, Ryan, you're crazy. I mean, you're going through turf and grass and home and away, you know, a daytime game, nighttime game. You know, I'm looking at injuries, but you have to go down every single avenue if you want to win money and have a good gauge. I mean, you can just look at the teams and be like, throw a dart at a paper. Oh, Chiefs, you know, and you can win money, you know, but I like to be able to do the analytics and the metrics and go a little bit deeper. But my heart says Bengals still, but my head is saying, okay, bro, if you go against the Bills and you're going against your whole, you know, philosophy, the offensive line is a big part of winning the football game. And then if I just ignore what I preach and say, well, the Bengals, you know, I think they're the better team, but Jonah Williams and Alex Kappa don't matter. Yes, they do. So, and I have to go back and I have to now look at the backups and see how many snaps they got. And so, you know, at this point, I think a lot of us in America are going Chiefs over the Jags. And, you know, some people have it a blowout, 10 points or more. But for most people, I think they see a 3 to 8 point win for the Chiefs. They think that Trevor Lawrence and the Jags are going to be able to manipulate and take advantage of the Chief defense, which is kind of average. And then with the Eagles and Giants, I have some people thinking the Eagles are going to win by 10 points or more. But a lot of us think maybe it could be 3 to 8 points. If Saquon is healthy, you know, he gets 100 yards, a touchdown or two, and he can dictate the tempo, right? Keep the ball out of Jalen Hurts' hands. And Kayvon Thibodeau and Dexter Lawrence can get to Jalen Hurts. You know, maybe the game will be a little bit closer instead of a regular season blowout that we saw the Eagles do to a lot of opponents throughout the year, right? But we're going to have to kind of dig a little bit deeper. So let me take a quick look here, and I'll go through the comments as well. So And at this point, I think the Jags and the Giants are great stories, but if you're going against the Chiefs and Eagles at this point, you're a hater. It's like you have some kind of agenda, something, you can be a Jags fan and be like, I'm going Jags. Well, that's okay. You can be a Giant fan and go Giants. I'm totally okay with that. But if you're not a Giant or a Jag fan and you're just, overly talking shit or thinking that the Eagles or Chiefs are going to lose, that's a personal thing. That's a personal issue where you have some kind of hate towards the players or those teams, depending on who your favorite team is. And maybe your favorite team is in the division and you're like, fuck those guys, I'm not going to root for them. But it's one thing to root and another thing to, who you think is going to win if you're talking gambling wise or, being able to make a correct prediction. And no one's ever going to be perfect. The NFL is very, very hard to predict. You're always going to have upsets early, but the further along that we get, there's a little bit less upsets. All right. So we have, Ross Matisic. We have him. We have Sheriff, Brendan Sheriff. Sheriff. We got him questionable. Trevor's questionable. We know Trevor's playing. Jamal Agnew questionable. Kendrick Pryor questionable. This is for the Jags. And then for the Chiefs, the only one that's out so far is McCole Hardman, which sucks. And then Clyde Edwards-Helaire, IR, injured reserve, and Jody Fortson, injured reserve. So we already know Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Pacheco, and Jerick McKinnon already took his spot. So even if he was healthy, I don't even really know where he fits into the depth chart. RB2 to RB3, like they're going to go Pacheco, and then Clyde is going to have to split with Jerick McKinnon. But if you do that, who's more valuable? Jerick McKinnon has been the most valuable player on that team besides Travis Kelce and Mahomes on the offense in the last month and a half. So I expect Jerick McKinnon to get the ball early and often and to be a factor. And I wouldn't be shocked if Kelce gets in the end zone once or twice or McKinnon gets in the end zone once or twice. Or you get to a position where you're doing the ring around the rosy or, you're doing the trick plays. But I wouldn't be shocked if Mahomes gets in with a rushing touchdown against the Jags either. I feel the Jags defense is actually a little underrated as well. Jags defense is pretty good. Giants defense is pretty good. So, in the Chiefs Jags, it's going to be kind of a shootout back and forth. You're both taking advantage of defenses that really aren't that good yet. You know what I mean, right? And then with the Giants and the Eagles and that matchup, I think both defenses are pretty good. Eagles is much better, but the Giants have been hot. And it's really about being hot and healthy. You don't have to be the best team in the NFL to win in the playoffs. All you have to be is the hottest team and the healthiest team. So if you're hot and healthy, you could be the Jags and Giants and come out with a dub at the end. But you would have to play like the best game of the season or one of the best games in the season. So the McCole Hardman thing is tough since he is out. But, I mean, you got Kadarius Toney. You got other options. Juju has stepped up. So I'm not really too concerned. But we know McCole Hardman is one of those guys that's sneaky good, right? That every once in a while when you don't pay attention to him, he will burn your ass for a touchdown, 2, or maybe 3 in a game because you're focusing all your attention on Kelce and you never really know where the ball is going. The Chiefs are the best on distributing the football with as many weapons as they have. So again, it could end up being now if the Chief defense was better, right, then I would say blowout city, 10, 14 points or more. But as we know, the Chiefs defense, we know Chris Jones is going to bring it. All right. But what about Frank Clark? I swear Frank Clark only brings it once every 3 to 4 games. Dude, they gave you a shitload of money and you're a big name from Seattle that was actually very dominant at that time with Michael Bennett, remember, back in the day. I am disappointed with Frank Clark. For me personally, I needed that, that fearsome foursome up front. And then you got George Karlaftis, right? I feel more confident in a rookie in Karlaftis than I do with Frank Clark. Now, maybe me calling him out and spitting this into the universe. And then Frank Clark is like, okay. And then he'll get 2 sacks tomorrow. Yeah, I could definitely see that happening too. Sometimes the universe needs to hear, who needs to be called out because we know you're a good player, but you're fucking not consistent. And it baffles me. And that's a big part of why they, drafted George Karlaftis because Chris Jones is getting older, but Frank Clark ain't cutting it. And some of those other defensive linemen need to be better. I like Willie Gay and I like Nick Bolton. Linebackers is not a concern for me for the Chiefs, but the secondary is. So it's really not the same since Honey Badger left. And I know that he's irrelevant. I don't know if he's not motivated. He got a little older. But him on the Saints was probably the biggest mistake. He thought it was going to be a great idea, and it would have been much better for him to stay, even if his play declined a little bit, if he would have stayed in Kansas City for leadership to get those guys up to speed. But That's another story and another topic for another day. But I do have concerns with the secondary with the Chiefs. They have names and they have some guys that are pretty good, but even Chiefs fans themselves are nervous because they know that if you have a good quarterback that has time, it will rip up that secondary from time to time. But you know that you got Mahomes on the other side. So even though if the Jags put up 14 early and you're down 14-0, Mahomes ain't going to fucking worry about it. We've seen him against the Texans a few years back, in the Super Bowl year, when you can get down early, get down by fucking a lot, 14, 17, 20. And we've seen Mahomes magic, come out of nowhere. So I'm not really too concerned about that, but there is going to be some keys with the O-line and the D-line, and not Josh Allen on the Bills, but Josh Allen on the Jags. That's going to be really the key piece to watch, and they really feed off his energy. And if they started getting sack lunches or picks early on Mahomes, then that's when the game is going to end up probably ending in like a 3-point win, for a team that maybe has the ball at the end. But I'm not really sure if the Jags are going to be able to ride the momentum that they had versus the Chargers. And I don't know if the Giants are going to be able to ride the momentum after beating the brakes off the biggest pretender in the playoffs in the last 10 years, the Minnesota Vikings, which is sad because I like Jay Jetta a lot. He's my favorite receiver, hands down, and I liked him at LSU. I love Jamar Chase as well. I would love a better quarterback situation than Kirk Cousins for Jay Jetta, but I think that also makes and shows how great he really is. He's putting up these remarkable record-breaking stats with a quarterback that is considered, to most people, a bust, or someone that is ranked 11th through 17. This is not a top 5 quarterback in Kirk Cousins or top 10. Sometimes he plays really, really well, but other times it's kind of like the Justin Herbert syndrome where, Kirk Cousins can play great football, 31 for 34, 3 touchdowns, no picks. They lose the game at the end with like a short pass that's not even close to the first down marker. And then everyone wants to, eliminate and just throw him into the trash can with Oscar the Grouch, right? All the fans across the world. But then you actually look at the game and you realize if you watched it, it wasn't Kirk's fault. It was the defense. It's always been the defense. So, but a lot of times the quarterback gets the love, they get the praise, but they also get the hate. But some guys that have a bad reputation of losing over and over and over in prime time, like Kirk does, even when Kirk does something good, a lot of y'all can't even give him the fucking credit. A lot of y'all, can't really give him the kudos because you've seen him do so shitty over and over and over. When he does something good, everyone already has this nugget in their brain. That guy fucking sucks. That guy's a buster. That guy's a bitch. He chokes, So, I mean, that's all the perspective. I think with Herbert, he gets a lot of that hate as well. But what is it? Is it really Herbert? Is it Cousins most of the time, or is it the defense? And most of the time, it's the defense. Every once in a while, yes, it is Cousins. Yes, it is Herbert. But that's the same kind of scenario. I feel the quarterbacks on those two teams, especially Herbert, he gets a lot of unnecessary hate, but maybe it's just because they know he's so good and they're putting him in the category with Burrow, Allen, and Mahomes, and he doesn't deserve to be there just yet. And then I'll flip over to the Giants and the Eagles injury report here, which is much, much smaller. One guy each. So you got Azeez Ojulari, linebacker for the Giants, it's questionable. And then you just got Avonte Maddox, the corner that's out for Philly. That's it. So that's very good. Hot and healthy. Lane Johnson, Jalen Hurts, some of these guys got nicked up, but at least they're healthy now. And now we get to really see what championship football is about. Championship Eagle football, championship Chief football. And like I said, I would be incredibly shocked if the game ends up being close. But again, I would assume that the Eagle one has a bigger chance to be a blowout just based on being at home and being able to execute the offense and putting the pressure on Danny Dimes, and he will fold, right? Because we already know Trevor's better than Danny Dimes. And Trevor has a matchup where he doesn't have to go against a better defense. He doesn't have to worry about big play Slay back there. He doesn't have to worry as much about the defensive guys. He just has to go out there and beat Trevor Lawrence. So very interesting to see how these injury reports play out 1-1 for the Giants and Eagles today. That could change tomorrow morning. And then for the Jaguars and the Chiefs, you see how deep I go here. I'm like a madman. And like once I'm done streaming and hanging out with you guys, I'm still going deeper and deeper and deeper. I'm always looking for the weird nuggets of stats that I can add to my repertoire. So that way, and those little things, can add up to wins and losses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Jacksonville that are questionable. And then 3 for the Chiefs. McCole Hardman out. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, make him stare, Helaire. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air injured reserve, Jody Fortson injured reserve, which sucks because I do like Jody Fortson, but they have other options like Noah Gray. So they're not worried about it whatsoever. So let me scroll over here and let me get over here real quick and acknowledge everybody in the room. We might have a dono or two as well, and I'll take a look at that. And then maybe I'll have some of you guys hop on here with me if you want. Like I said, I want to try to make it one of those type of things because, like I said, I think a lot of YouTube streamers and Twitch streamers have so much ego, and they just always think that it has to be their way, and that if you have people that are close to you on the channel, lead mods, Wrench Gang, people that you respect, people that support you, people that donate to you, people that that are smart. You're not doing the channel a service if you're not letting some of these people be involved. And a lot of channels will never have anyone on the show ever, unless it's someone that is their friend on YouTube, and maybe another streamer. But I don't believe on doing things like everyone else. I'm a little unorthodox. And I feel that it would be nice to be able to hear from you guys. And once we do it, and then we can start doing it maybe on a regular basis. And then that'll give an incentive for others to, maybe watch, because maybe they'll be able to be on at one point or another, depending on the relationship they have with me at this point. So Sarah's in the building. What to do? Hey, let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Chiefs, Eagles. Yeah. And I think, this is, come on. I mean, I think this is probably the easiest, thing. I mean, I think if the Jags defense was slightly better, offensive line was slightly better, then maybe you would have more people calling upset city, right? And if it wasn't, you were the worst team in the NFL the last 2 years. So sometimes it's like, oh my God, dude, they were the worst team in the NFL, first pick. And then now you not only made the playoffs, but I knew you had a chance to win and you did it. So this is a really good sign for teams like the Jags, the Jets, and the Lions. If you guys watch this show, you guys know how much love I have for those three organizations, because Tampa used to be them. Bottom feeder, dog shit, crappy, unwatchable football. And now, they're actually fun to watch. And you got to give a lot of credit to Dougie P. I was very skeptical. I knew that Dougie P would be better than Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith was a scapegoat. Lovie Smith was a guy that they were going to hire anyone, black, white, Mexican, Asian. He was going to be fired no matter who it was after 1 or 2 years. It was a done deal, right? It was just like you just threw someone there as a face, but you don't even give a shit about him. All right. And I think Lovie didn't deserve to get fired. You should have gave Lovie one more year, especially if you're able to get a quarterback like a Bryce Young. Why don't you wait for, Lovie to get Bryce? And then if they do bad, which they would, but maybe slightly better than the year before, then you can go from there. And plus, it's good to have good diversity in the NFL and have some African-American love in the NFL and have them on there. I mean, at some point, what are we going to have? Mike Tomlin? And that's it? I mean, not anyone can be Mike Tomlin besides Mike Tomlin, but I don't know. I mean, it just sucks like that. But, Dougie P, bringing in Christian Kirk. And remember how we all were like, Christian Kirk, we were like, oh my God, why did they give Christian Kirk so much money? Like before, free agency, we're all waiting. And then we saw Christian Kirk got the big dollars, right? We were like, hold up, Christian Kirk? We're talking about wide receiver 2 or 3 with Kyler? And then you're like, where did he go? The Jags? And then you look at the money. You're like, oh, shit. It's like you're seeing 4 or 5 years. And if it was like 50 or 60 million, you're like, okay, that's still kind of a lot, but I understand. But when you do like, for example, 4 or 5 years and you do like 62 million or 70, where that extra 12 or 14 million that you don't have to pay, but you did, then you're like, holy shit. Like, do they see something in Christian Kirk? Or maybe they knew Trevor would be able to have a bond with him, but it's not even Christian Kirk. And I don't think that they overpaid necessarily. Sometimes you want to reward a guy and, give him a little extra money. Now, was he worth the money that he got? No. Right. I think that they definitely overpaid about maybe 12 million, but it worked out for them and they got their guy instead of lowballing and him signing somewhere else for maybe 6 million less or 5 million more. Right. But you got Zay Jones, Marvin Jones, Evan Ingram. Those guys are really solid. Think about that. Christian Kirk, Zay Jones, underrated, right? Marvin Jones, underrated. Evan Ingram, really underrated, right? So you got 4 quality weapons, and I haven't even started talking about ETN after him being hurt and him being healthy. So it's like the offensive line still needs a hell of a lot of work. Defense is young, but they do have some key cornerstone pieces, but they got a long ways to go as well. But with Trevor, you always have a shot, especially if he has confidence. and to go from 4 picks to 4 touchdowns. I mean, you tell me, how many quarterbacks do you think would have been able to be mentally tough after what he's already endured for the last couple seasons? You didn't lose in Pop Warner. You didn't lose in middle school. You barely lost in high school or college. Barely. Like, I think his first losses in his career were in college, like 2 losses in college, like one in the Natty, one in like, the playoff, and then that was it. And then all of a sudden you go to losing every fucking game, pretty much for 2 years. Mentally, and you're the first pick, and you're supposed to be the John Elway, you're supposed to be the Andrew Luck. That's going to be tough to be able to recover from. And Dougie P has got him on the right track, and I'm excited. But I just don't know if you're going to be able to have that same type of miraculous performance that you had against the Chargers. Chargers defense, they can't stop a nosebleed. Chiefs defense can stop a nosebleed. But again, they're going to be really relying on Mahomes and that offense and the creativity up front with these 2 guys. Because bottom line, out of all the guys that are left calling plays, I think these 2 guys are the best. And then you got Kyle Shanahan, the best in the NFC, as far as dictating play calls, matchups, X's and O's, and getting the advantage. Bieniemy's looking there. He's like, okay, if I run Pacheco with a reverse, maybe we can get 12 yards. They're always thinking about doing things that we sometimes they call plays, right? We've never seen it before. Maybe you've seen it in Pop Warner, high school, college, but that's really what makes the Chiefs special, because now they don't have to focus on Tyreek. Now they're like, all right, we're going to flip the script on you. Now we're going to go to everyone, and it's not going to just be Kelsey, 15 targets a game where you guys can double team him and you shut him down. We're going to use our other weapons, and it's been a beautiful thing to watch, and I'm all about teamwork makes the dream work, and it's even been better than any Chief fan ever expected. I don't think they thought like Jody Fordson and Noah Gray and all these other guys were going to be like as good as they are. But really what that comes down to, right, is what? It comes down to one single man setting you up and making, the throws and putting you in a position to win and get good yak yards. And you're looking at it, the best quarterback in the NFL. And it's not Joe Burrow, all right, even though I love me some Joe. Hey, Joe Burrow is Joe Montana to me. It's not Josh Allen, even though he's very, very good. Right? Jalen Hurts has played like an MVP this year, and he should probably win the award, right? And obviously we know Herbert has played great, but the defense sucks. It's this guy right here. Still to this day, I mean, yeah, once we get maybe Josh Allen winning a couple Super Bowls, then maybe the pecking order will be Josh Allen 1, Mahomes 2, Burrow 3, or we'll be rotating those 3 guys, and then eventually Herbert if he gets a good coach like Sean Payton. But for me, right now, I trust Patrick Mahomes' mechanics. He doesn't put the team in a risk. When they're ahead, he doesn't necessarily have to go for the jugular. And if he does, and it's not something that these guys want, you're going to get yelled at. You know what I mean? Mahomes is smart enough to know when to go for the jugular and when not to. The thing is with Josh Allen, I feel that he tries to go for the jugular way too early when it's unnecessary. Instead of letting the game play out with, obviously with Devin and, Naheem Hines and, just running the football, really trying to thread the needle in double coverage or triple coverage just to be up by 17 instead of up by 10. You already know eventually you'll be up by 17 and the defense will get a stop, but he gets impatient, Josh Allen, and he just wants to end the games as quick as possible, it seems like, and that's what leads to turnovers, and that's why it's hard for me to put him ahead of Mahomes and Burrow, because I think that they control the football better and they're a little bit more calm, cool, collected. I think Josh Allen is kind of just erratic, and he's really athletic, and he's the best runner out of the 3. He can stiff arm. He's kind of like a more athletic Cam Newton in his prime, where you can run for 30, 40, 50 yards, hurdle, spin move, stiff arm. You know what I mean? But playing that reckless style eventually will get you hurt. But he's got a big linebacker body, Josh Allen, so he obviously hasn't got beat up just yet. All right, let me go through the comments here. And then if we have any donos, which I imagine we do, I don't want to leave anyone hanging. And I apologize if anyone donated early and I haven't just got to you just yet. Bird Gang in the building. What to do? Good luck, dude. Good luck. Oh, you're going to have a blast. Going to have a blast. And I think it's really cool that we have an opportunity for 3 NFC East teams, which used to be the NFC least. Now it's the NFC beast. It's just awesome to be able to see. And honestly, Washington would have been better than Tampa Bay in the playoffs this year. And I'm a Tampa fan. I'm not a fucking idiot. Tampa was horrible. I don't know if they are ever going to change that rule. It's like maybe they do it based off record, not off division. But then at some point, someone's going to be bitching and moaning and crying, when they have like a 10-7 record and they're a division winner and they don't get in. So I don't think that they're going to change the rule anytime soon. But, maybe they should consider it. but I imagine that it would probably fail with the big boys and the owners and the board. So Cyberpunk in the building. What to do? Went to the website, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get that jersey ordered for you in probably the next 3 to 4 days. It could be as early as tonight. But like I said, I had everything. I kept looking at other options. And like I said, I think that sewn Texas Tech Mahomes jersey, I think we're going to get that sent to you maybe even after I end the stream tonight. Because I got your address, I got the correct size. And I don't know. I just get to this point where it gives me anxiety, and it gives me like this extra stress when I want to make sure I give you a gift for the heavy hitters. As you guys know, if you support me and you donate to me and you take care of me, you will get taken care of tenfold compared to any other streamer on YouTube or Twitch. There's other, people that give gifts, but they don't get top of the line gifts that I would buy for myself. And that's what we're going to end up doing for Cyberpunk. We got him a Chief starter jacket, Holly a starter jacket. We got Holly 2 Derek Thomas jerseys. We got one that was like a sweatshirt jersey, and then another one. And then Cyberpunk, we're going to start off with this Texas Tech college sewn jersey of Under Armour. And he'll have it in his car, and he'll have a Sharpie in there as well. And he'll try to get Mahomes' autograph if he sees him. He might have to follow him and do a gas station and see if he can get the autograph. But hey, I mean, if you have it available, and if he sees that, it's not a Chief jersey. You know what I mean? Obviously, a high school, college jersey will be nostalgic to him, but I almost guarantee, as long as he has time and his mind is clear, I would find it very hard to believe for Mahomes to be an asshole and be like, "Oh my God, look at my Texas Tech black jersey," and not sign it. But some athletes are in a hurry and they don't do autographs that often. Sometimes you have to get them at the game, but every once in a while, like Holly, you'll run into someone by fate, like Tommy Townsend in the beer cooler at a fucking, liquor store that you've never been to before. You maybe had like a chiropractic appointment and you were about to go home, but something in your gut told you, go in here and go grab some wine or beer. You went in there, your fate was correct. We talk about Tommy all the time, and she ended up meeting Tommy like the first year that we all kind of met each other and we talked it into existence, and it happened. So it shows you, I mean, if you're active out there, you never know. And if you kind of know where the players hang out at, there is opportunities to meet some players either at stores or obviously, before or after the game. But I find it hard to believe that Mahomes would probably sign that often. He doesn't really seem like a guy that's going to sign a lot, because if Mahomes went down there and started signing, the whole fucking stadium would be in the exit trying to get his autograph. Let's be real. So, I mean, sometimes you just have to be an asshole and just not sign at all. And then sign for 1 or 2 people, and then you got 98 people yelling at you, pissed off that you didn't sign for them. So kind of a catch-22. But I think that we're going to do your jersey maybe tonight, because like I said, this is something that I wanted to have ordered, but I had to have my bills in order. But I think I'm kind of good right now with Shep's Big Dono. Cyberpunk has been consistently donating, so I'm not really in a pinch, right now with anything. So I think that the right thing to do is to maybe I'll do it right now. Maybe I'll do it right now. Maybe I'll figure it out here. Let me see. And I'm going to go through the comments here as well and get caught up. So Max in the building. What to do? Hey, Ryan, I don't like chatting much, but I'm in the room every once in a while. Donate something small. Oh, thank you. Boston Scott. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah. And if you're not, if maybe you're one of those people that just doesn't talk a whole lot. Oh, thank you so much. And he wrote in the comment section, he said, I know it's small, but your efforts are recognized. $5. Trust me, Max. You could donate 99 cents to me and I would be thrilled. I mean, I've gotten donos from 99 cents to 1,300 just like last week on Cash App. So it's like, when you get donos, some people, when they get big and they get an ego, when they get the smaller numbers in certain people's heads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, some people think that shit don't matter. It absolutely matters 100%. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Because there's going to be people that watch me that donate every stream, but there's going to also be people that watch me that will never donate to me ever. And that's okay. So it's not everyone's role. If you feel inclined to support my dream, so I don't have to get a second or third job, and, you want me to consistently do this, for the rest of my life. And so that way I don't have to, it took me 10 years to get here. So it's not like, oh, I had all these rich people help me out and it only took me 6 months and I'm full time. Like, I've had to fucking blood, sweat, and tears this bitch for fucking 10, 11 years to get to this point. And I feel I'm only like 1% into my journey. So thank you so much. And damn right, I'll get you some fucking Boston Scott. Thank you so much, dude. It means a lot. And is this your first dono to me ever, or have you donated to me before? I like to know those type of things. I already know you're an Eagles fan, so I already picked that up. But from the bottom of my heart, it really does mean a lot. Because like I said, when you grind as hard as I do, you start to have gratitude and appreciation for everything. And I think that's a big part of my success is my mindset. If you have a great mindset and you can stay positive, even though I have depression and anxiety and I go through the motions and I'm human, once you start appreciating life and you start appreciating all the little things, you really start to see life differently. And it just means so much when someone that, you can buy, McDonald's, you can go buy snacks, you can go to the dispensary, you can go buy beer, you can buy clothes, you can spend money on the PlayStation store, Xbox. Like, you don't have to spend money on me. But when people do, they do recognize that this is, my full-time gig. I do put a lot of effort and passion and knowledge and research. And I mean, I'm doing about 16-hour days out of 24 hours. The 8 hours is me sleeping or with Paisley. But other than that, I usually put in about 10 to 16 hours every day, either recording, reading, or film study. And that's where my knowledge comes from, I feel, and my expertise, because I try not to be an expert just on my team, but all 32. And I don't think anyone on YouTube, Twitch, or TV has that dedication. At least I've never met them and I've never seen them, because it really takes someone that has that passion to go all in. And that's me. So that's big facts. Max with a $5 dono. Bang, bang. My boy. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack approves. $5 holla. Thank you so much. Let me get you some Boston Scott. Let me go through the comments here real quick. But that, it means everything to me, especially when I get first-time donators, or if I get people that, maybe are watching from afar, but they just don't like to chat. But I promise you, even if you're not really a chatty type and you like to listen, if you got something to say or, something, it's always good. And you can actually make some good friends on here. Not every group chat on YouTube or Twitch has got friendly, smart people. But I really feel that, at least with the chain gang and the wrench gang and a majority of us, I don't put up with the pettiness or the rudeness or the bullshit. So I feel that we've weeded out a lot of the trolls and a lot of the bad eggs from the channel. And obviously it would be great, to be over 20,000 and be at like 25,000 subs right now. But if I have 100 to 5,000 extra people that are assholes, that are trolls, that make everyone's life a hell in the chat, it's not worth it to me to make everyone else feel miserable dealing with rude ass psychopathic, idiots that just try to ruin everyone's day in the chat. And we know that you guys have gone to other chats and seen things like that. And it's just, all it takes is one fucking person to ruin a fucking chat. And it's been there before, where it's like, it just puts you in a weird fucking mood. And then all of a sudden everyone's on edge or people start leaving. And it's like, I already have limited people as it is. I can't afford to have that happen. But also too, it's not all about having a shitload of subs and a shitload of views. I'm pure proof that you can have barely anyone in the room and still compete with the big boys and donos as far as a quality of a stream. One person might have 1,000 people in the room and be at 100,000 subs or more. And you might have someone like me on the cusp of 20,000 with less than 20 people in the room. But that doesn't mean their stream's better than mine. Maybe they're more popular, but that doesn't mean it's better. And a lot of times people are loyal to a stream and they don't branch out to see what else is out there. They think that what they're on right now maybe is, the only thing, or you get people that browse and then they decide after going to a few, what suits me the best? What vibe do I connect with the best? Is this person popular? Are they real or are they fake and they putting on a show, and I feel that, we have some of the most genuine people here and that makes it special. So, all right, let me get some Boston Scott photos up here and maybe we'll buy maybe we buy Cyberpunk's jersey here tonight on the show. Maybe we get that done. I mean, fuck, I got 3 or 4 hours on here, so maybe I do it. All right, let's get some Boston Scotts on here. Let me go through the comments here as well. All right, we got Sarah, we got Jameson, we got Bird Gang, we got Cyber in the building, my boy. Jameson in the building, Max in the building, appreciate you. Candace in the building, how are you? Niner fan, nice. And like I said, yeah. So, like I said, if some of the wrench gang, like I said, if you want to, appear on here and just talk for a little bit, like I said, some of the wrench gang people come first, obviously. And then, after that, depending on if I have a relationship with some of the people that aren't mods, then, maybe we'll have, but we're probably going to have the mods. We're probably going to have the mods on first before others. So, yeah. I know, but you know what it is that because I'm a man of my word, and you already know I'm going to come through, because obviously if I was going to lie about it, then no one would have gotten starter jackets or jerseys or any cool stuff from me, slides, t-shirts. Like if I was a fucking liar, it would be very easy to expose my lies in the chat, because the people will be like, well, that motherfucker never sent me anything. You know what I mean? And obviously we know that's not true. So yeah, and every day I think about it. I think about it like I think about ordering, like I'm ordering it for myself. So I think we might have to get it done and just order it today for you, man. Like, and it's going to take probably a couple weeks to get to you anyways. And I know it's no rush. It's not like, oh my God, I need this Texas Tech Black Patrick Mahomes. But as I did the research, I wanted to make sure I got you the best of the best. And, we looked and I was like, okay, high school, that's kind of cool. But the quality on some of the China stuff is garbage. Then the Under Armour, it looks like a more authentic. Everyone's got the red Chiefs and the white Chiefs, so you can't go there. Pro Bowl, but the Pro Bowl jerseys, they're not like what they used to be. So then you'd have to think a little bit outside the box. And you're like, okay, the red one, the white one, but the black one, the black Mahomes jersey in college might be like I said, out of all the Mahomes jerseys I've ever seen, high school to pro and Pro Bowl and Super Bowl patch, all that, the black one might be the swaggiest out of all of them. And I highly doubt anyone really owns it. Texas Tech fans, college kids have it. But as far as like NFL fans that love Mahomes or Chiefs fans, I would assume like 1% of Chief Kingdom owns that jersey, probably less than that. And we're going to put Cyberpunk in it. And I know that you're probably going to, try to get it signed. You're going to wear it though, right? Or are you planning on not wearing it at all? Are you going to wear it once in a while, like maybe inside, put it back, and then keep it in the car, and then if you get him to sign it? Or are you trying to keep the jersey like mint, so then if he signs it, you can put it into like a frame, and it doesn't have your body order on it? You know what I mean? Like if you have cologne or you eat something, sometimes like your jersey or your hoodies will smell like you after a while. Like even if you don't wear cologne, like sometimes like you'll have your own scent, and sometimes people want to keep that like mint. And so I guess it really depends on what you plan on doing with it. But I think we're going to have to probably order it for you here tonight while I'm on the show. I think we might have to do that. So thank you so much, Max. And I got some more photos coming here. First donation. I thought it was Boston a lock for a TD tomorrow. Awesome. You'll wear it. I figured you would, because you wanted a specific size, your size. So I figured you would wear it. And then if you see him, and then maybe you can get it autographed. But it's not like the jersey's going to get ruined. You know how to take care of stuff. You're pretty careful with stuff like I am. So yeah, awesome. And I had a feeling that was your first donation. So let's take care of him. And and sometimes we get these people that spy on me on Twitter and on YouTube. Please, if you're a fan and you're not going to be rude, and you want to be able to associate with some of the GOATs, all across the globe and across the US, from Oregon here with me to someone like Sarah, Iowa, and then Cyberpunk, in his region, and then Odin's son in New York. I mean, we got people everywhere, and it's always good to have people comment, because sometimes when the streams get slow, we're looking for people to step up that have comments or have takes, and what they think, and then we get to engage in conversation. I can throw up photos. So please don't feel like a stranger, like you that you can't come through and chat. I know some people are just watchers, or they, or they're folding laundry, or they're doing work from their job and they just like to listen to it. Some people listen to me like a podcast. Like I know people that don't even watch the actual video part. They just listen. They just have it in the earbud, and then they have their phone like in their pocket, and they they like to listen. And then some people like to watch and look at my face and look at the photos and everything, and go that route. I mean, I don't think you want to look at my face that much, but I mean, looking at the photos is much better than my face. Boston Scott, more handsome than me. So, there we go. So let's get a couple Boston Scotts up here. Yeah, and I definitely think we're going to get a lot of action from the tight ends and running backs this weekend. I think it's going to be crazy, like the action that we're going to get. There's going to be an opportunity for almost every tight end to get a chance to score over this weekend. So it's really cool to be able to see the running backs, and also, getting guys that may not be the RB1 like Miles Sanders, maybe a Boston Scott RB2 or RB3, but just because they're an RB2, RB3, if you're a situational back, sometimes that means you get the ball at the 1 yard line and then you can just dive over the top, boom, touchdown, or maybe we'll get something spectacular where we'll get like a little screen pass, or maybe we'll get a run up the gut. He breaks 2 tackles and scores for 15 yards, where we get a little extra excitement over the top. So appreciate you. And, and it's kind of crazy where people almost have to, they apologize. They're like, oh, because I know some people see the big donos. Not everyone is going to be able to afford, $100 to $1,300 dono. I mean, these people that do that type of kind act for me is, you can't put that into words on what that means, right? But also when you're getting the donos that are under $50, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 99 cents, that matters. It's all supporting, because you got to understand, you want to apologize for doing 5. Some people will never even consider donating to any channel ever, let alone this one. But sometimes I can be your first donation to a channel ever. And to me, that's like some of the most special stuff. If it's the first one ever to any channel or the first one to me, either way, it matters. And I appreciate you, man. But I think we might have to get Cyberpunk's jersey ordered here. And again, I'm the only one that does this type of format. Of course, there's going to be people that are going to copy me next year and the year after. But again, if you're the originator, often imitated, never duplicated, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to try to copy my swag and my style in photos. But, like I said, it's all about knowing, the size, the 4K, the HD, the formatting. And there's a reason why I think there's not a lot of people that do what I do. And I didn't get the idea from any other streamer or anyone else. I came up with the idea on my own, and then it kind of blossomed from there. And like I said, I feel it really does take things to a whole nother level. And, anyone else, you're just looking at someone talk. But to be able to throw up a photo of your favorite player, let alone not even sport related, it could be food or whatever. Or your favorite thing, and I can provide that service to you and give you guys. I mean, it's a kind of a cool way where people will donate, not necessarily for the pictures, they donate to support. But if I can give you the picture on top of what you did for me, just as a thank you, I think it's a nice way, instead of just shouting out, reading their message, and that's it, like 99% of the other channels, where you can get that and you get above and beyond. You'll get some photos, and if you end up donating heavy to me, maybe you'll end up getting a jersey in your mailbox or something very cool that you want in the future. So, and that is big facts. Oh, I appreciate that. You don't have to do that, Candace, but if you feel so inclined to, that would be awesome. Like I said, any streamer that says, that, subs and views and donos don't matter. I mean, maybe if you're like, part-time or you don't care, but when, you put all your blood, sweat, and tears. I'm already 11 years in, and it's like I sacrificed a Michael Jordan PSA 9 rookie card. I'm a huge collector in sports cards and toys. I've been collecting for 35 years. 95% of my collection is still in the box, so you can kind of tell what kind of person and collector that I am. But the Jordan rookie is worth $20,000 to $30,000 right now, and I sacrificed that for this. For you guys, for my dream, for, the opportunity to maybe do this for the rest of my life and full time. And, you really have to believe in yourself and, have to work really hard. And, do I sometimes regret selling the Jordan rookie? You bet your ass I do, because that was like the holy grail. But when I really think about it, I can still look at pictures on my Instagram. I can obviously have the feeling of it in my hands. I will get another one before I die. Believe that. I am not going to go to the grave without having another one before in my possession. Same grade too, PSA 9. So I'm not going to be able to get a, $2,500 card for $1,000 in 2003 like I did on eBay. But sometimes, you have to spend money to make money. And I would rather be where I'm at now, even though not all my 20,000 subs are active. They only give out notifications to a very small fraction. So not all of them are active, just like on any big YouTuber, you're going to have old subs that don't watch you anymore, or maybe watch you occasionally, right? But I would rather be where I'm at now than have the card. But man, having that card was probably the best 13 years of my life, because I had it for that long. I had it from 2003 until 2017. And then I had to take the channel to the next level. So I had to sacrifice it to go to like Guitar Center to get microphones, stands, green screen, the iMac, the speakers. And with equipment, if you want high-end equipment, I mean, you can't really get a great setup for $1,000. Like the speakers are these right here. It's like $1,000, like for the microphones. And then down below, it's like $1,000 for the speakers. And then computer, back then, it's like 3,000-4,000. I mean, it's like this shit adds up. I would love to have the card, but it just feels good when you can get supported and people recognize your work ethic and hard work, and we can vibe. And it's, I don't really have a whole lot of friends that I feel that are fanatics. And that was a big part of me, trying to start the channel and to be able to get my fandom out there. There's people that have the jerseys, but there's also people that take it to the next level, like me, that have the hard hat, that have the gloves, that have the chain, that have the very unique items. And like I said, I've been doing toys and sports cards my whole life. So, this has been wrestling and football. I've been a part of my life since like 3 years old, and I'm 40. So, but anyone that is inclined to donate or thinking about donating it, it means a lot. So, but let's order Cyberpunk's jersey. I think we should maybe do that. So let me go in here real quick, and I think we're gonna do that. Let me make sure real quick here. Got to look to see what I have in the bank account if I have to transfer stuff over. All of a sudden, I try to order the jersey, and they're like, insufficient funds. You don't have enough in this account. Let's just take a quick peek. Okay. And then YouTube usually, sends money over once a month around like the 20th or the 21st. So if you have a YouTube channel and you get obviously monetized, you only get paid once a month. So you don't get paid weekly or bi-weekly, so you have to kind of, be careful, on what you spend your money on. And obviously, with the apps, compared to the super chat, they take 30, 35%, 40%. And then here, what's up? Okay. Okay. All right. All right. One sec here. Got interrupted. See if I can find one more Boston Scott for him. Appreciate you. First time donator. Not a big talker, he says, but listens.
Center, 115-90, the final score. Don't forget, coming up next, NBA Friday continues. Grizzlies.
I don't know. Yeah, he owes me $50, but I guess I'll give to Sarah if that's where he wanted it to go. Yeah. He said Super Bowl. I mean, and like I said, when I get someone that is also a fellow Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, I don't want to argue, you know what I mean? But it's like, I don't want people to, he was going to donate money anyways to the channel. So if he wanted just to make a bet out of it, but I mean, if you honestly believe that was the scenario, it's like trying to, kind of knock a little common sense here. It's like, it's one thing to have ultimate fandom for your team, but when everything doesn't line up, to be a champion, and you just think you're going to, I was like, all right, man, if you want to just give me $50, I mean, that's fine. But I mean, the smarter bet would have been, let's just bet on this game, the Cowboy-Buck game. And then that, Bucks could have ended up winning that game. I mean, then maybe some other alternate universe, right? But to bet like all the way, with an 8-9 record, just because we have Brady and you're hanging on that Brady magic, you got to know football a little bit more. You got to understand O-line and D-line and defense and all that coaching that matters. So, all right, one sec here.
Strategically, we got to go outside the box. Absolutely. They need help at guard play to make the game easier for the other guys around them. But Stephen A., you alluded to something at half I want to piggyback on. Their stars need to play like stars.
All right. I had to grab a Gatorade. A little Gatorade.
But also tonight, the other thing that stands out to me is I just did my All-Star ballot.
All right, I got to make some room here. But I appreciate you, Max. Thank you so much for your first dono, and hope you enjoyed the photos. I always try to find the best like 4K or HD photos and whatnot. Yeah. And like I said, I mean, no, I don't really think, any of the other channels that have like 100,000 subs or more, and you guys know who I'm talking about, like the bigger boys, they don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really think they have the same kind of connection with their mods and with the people that support them. Like truly, I mean, sometimes when you get so big, you lose sight on things. And I feel that I'm never going to be that way, but, and I feel that the fans that support your dream, if you're, doing it full time, they deserve to be rewarded, with the best of the best, not a fucking cheap ass koozie or pencil, like get them a fucking high end jersey, get them tickets to a game, get them something that, like a radio station would give out, like, give something to actually show that you really love and appreciate, not, just some petty shit that's collecting dust in your house and you think you're so big that you can just give someone a fucking pencil and they're going to worship it. It's just ridiculous on some of these people that we have on Twitch and YouTube. But again, everyone has a choice on who they decide to follow and, what they decide to support to. But I promise anyone that supports me, genuinely, you will get rewarded handsomely. And there's a lot of people in the room that can attest to that. And it makes me feel good because, like I said, I don't need a whole lot of money. I need to pay rent. I need to pay bills. But instead of buying shit for myself, jerseys, Jordans, Nike, Vapor Max, buying Kobe's, instead of buying stuff like that, new toys in my collection or graded cards, I'm going to get that stuff eventually here and there. But to be able to give back to you guys, it's like almost being like a year-round Santa. It makes me feel really good because a lot of the stuff is so high-end that I know some of these people, they have the money to buy those things, but they just never can pull the trigger because they're always working or always doing other things. So it's kind of nice. I can actually kind of style and dress and get you guys suited and booted with like the best gear. So that way, when you are ready from not working to let loose and go to the bar, then you can show off the sweet Patrick Mahomes, Texas Tech, black college jersey. And I guarantee that there are going to be fucking crazy compliments, just like the Bo Jackson shirt. I know that the quality and the thinness was kind of, you weren't too happy about that, but that probably has to do with the printing of it. They could probably have different thickness levels of a shirt, but some of the ones that actually have player image, some will be thicker shirts, some will be thinner, but I'm still probably going to buy that Bo Jackson, the one that we ended up trying to get everything squared away for you. So let me see here. Every single time you take a bite, you're going to get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. Yeah, and like I said, I actually kind of feel that, the best destination for Brady is San Francisco. And even if you have Brock Purdy and you feel that he'll be better, just Tom Brady being Tom Brady, like, you can probably get rid of Jimmy G now and you can have Purdy as the 2 or the 1. But if you bring in Brady this year or next year, that's going to actually give him a shot to walk away into the sunset as a champion. That's the only team that I think that would maybe have slight interest. He was a fan of the team growing up as a kid, growing up in California before he went to Michigan as a Wolverine. So I think that, like, if he goes to the Raiders, stays at the Buccaneers, or goes to the Dolphins, what is he going to accomplish there? Probably not even make the playoffs, you know what I mean? Or barely miss the playoffs or barely get into the playoffs and get fucking waxed in the first round like this year. But if you go to the Niners that have all the pieces already in play right now, and really all they're looking for is the best quarterback that they can get. And once the Niners get a top 10 quarterback, even if it's only for 1 year, that's when they're going to win the Super Bowl. If they can end up getting a top 10 quarterback for like 5 to 8 years, then we're probably going to see the Niners in the Super Bowl a couple times in that 5 to 8 years. But they never really, have had a top quarterback. They had Young, they had Joe Montana. But since then, Jeff Garcia was pretty good. Colin Kaepernick was pretty good. But they don't have that Joe Montana, Steve Young talent. If they get that, I mean, with that organization, they are the NFC version. You have the Chiefs in the AFC. The Niners are the Chiefs of the AFC and the NFC. So it's like I feel that those franchises are very well run from the top. And if you have guys that are good owners, right, and you got good GMs, and then you have good head coaches, OCs, DCs, everything falls into line. And I think that those two organizations are run the best in the NFL. And that's why I'm a big fan of those two. I follow the Eagles very heavily as well. But as a kid, I always followed if I wasn't a Buccaneer fan, I would be a Niner fan because I was a big Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, fan. But I I knew in my heart I'm a defensive guy. And I had it in a feeling after 94 when Steve Young got the monkey off the back and they won the Super Bowl. I was at a peak where I was about to choose my team that year or the next year. When I was 12 or 13, I was like, I have to make a choice. But then I was like, I don't know if the Niners are ever going to win again, and they don't really have defensive guys. Then Dion hop ship to the Cowboys and won a Super Bowl with the Niners in 94, Super Bowl with the Cowboys in 95. But if Dion would have stayed, maybe I'm a Niner fan today. But he left, so I decided, to wait one more year. 1995 came around. And then when 1995 came around, my dreams came true. And life has never been, the same for me. To be able to have Sapp and Brooks and Lynch was already there, adding Rondé and, Simeon Rice later and having Allstott. I mean, that is my personality. Physical, a little bit of a shit talker, you know what I mean? But you can back it up. Good guy off the field, except Sapp with the prostitute during the Super Bowl and getting caught, but that's really the only big thing on his resume of being an idiot. But Brooks is obviously great on and off the field, a very commendable guy. And you could argue the best D tackle in the generation, hands down, and the best outside linebacker in the generation. And that's also playing with middles like Ray Lewis and Urlacher back in that time, which was pretty amazing. Lynch was a top 3 safety at the time at his position. Rondé was a top 5 corner at his position at that particular time at what he did. And then Allstott was a 1 of 1, so, and then you just had all the other pieces line up, but it's going to be interesting, these games. I don't really know what to expect, but you hand wash, I would too. And a lot of stuff with the shirts like that, or with like expensive like hoodies and stuff that I own. I most of the time, if it goes in the washer, inside out, never the dryer, hang dry, hand wash. You have to be very careful with some of this sports memorabilia, because sometimes, you think it's like a stretchy quality, but it's not like the cotton where you feel like, the graphics can be printed on more. But sometimes when they get these deals, with the players, like this Bo Jackson baseball card rookie shirt that me and Cyber are talking about, it's probably the coolest shirt that I've ever seen. Like, I mean, I like rock shirts. I like sports shirts, video game shirts, old toy shirts, but like sometimes when you see a particular shirt, it just like stands out. And just imagine having a blown up baseball card of Bo Jackson from like 1986 tops, on your chest, like but obviously with the quality, it looks like it, if you're reckless with the shirt, it's going to look old after a couple washes, to say the least, or fall apart or look like shit, because sometimes with the graphics that they use, that's what happens. And I don't think Homage makes crappy merchandise. I think most of their stuff is very good, but I just think it's that type of printing press they use with that style of shirt. I don't know exactly, because I don't have one in my hands, but based on what you told me and what you sent me, yeah. So let me see here. And we can still continue to go over the matchups and the games and any advantages that I see, but I think I'm going to order Cyberpunk's stuff here. How about that Bam Bam Bigelow that I sent you? Huh? That Bam Bam Bigelow that I sent you? Man, that was so cool. And he keeps that with him, like in his wallet or in his duffel bag. Like every city he goes to, it's in there. I never knew that Bubba and Bam Bam were like that, and Bam Bam and Hogan and Bam Bam and a lot of The Rock. Like Bam Bam was like very like good guy, and like everyone loved him. Like, you saw this like crazy guy with a bald head and the tattoos on the head, and people thought he was like a scary biker, just like animal crazy person. But a lot more to Bam Bam. And yeah, I don't know. I might go on a little Bam Bam run later tonight and just like look for some old school matches of him. So all right, I'm on your message thing here on Twitter, Cyber. All right, I'm going to this.
In these 4 games that they've won in a row, Brown puts up a 3. That one goes for the Grizzlies. Again, they started the season poorly on the road, but they've shot 50% in all 4 of those victories. They've been scoring a ton during this.
All right, I got to go to men's jerseys. Screen print jersey looks cool, but it's just. Red Raider exclusive too. Ooh, the red. They have the red and the white one. Those ones look. Actually, normally I really like white. So they have black with white number, red outline. Then they have the red jersey with white number, black outline. And then they have the white jersey with the red number, black outline. All three look fucking insane. They look awesome. Do you, Cyber, do you want to go to the site? Go to the site on the Twitter message, and they have one that has a Ring of Honor patch on one side, and then the Under Armour on the other, and then they have one that doesn't have that Ring of Honor patch on it. I don't know if Texas Tech Ring of Honor patch for being like. So I would assume you want that one because it comes with two patches rather than one. I can get the. Let me see. The price I think is the same. I think it's $150, and I'll pay for shipping or whatever. But if you want to go to there, hold on. I'm gonna.
It's just a matter of time before he makes an all-star team.
All right, hold up.
He missed a lot of games, so
they just added that, I think. So.
That's what you were talking about, Mark, with Schroeder. He's got to be aggressive.
Let me see here, Cyber. I'm gonna send you something. I'm gonna send you something on Twitter on our direct message, and just so you can see it. I know it's gonna be blurry with my phone, but and then you can look at it. I think I would go with this Ring of Honor one because it comes with two patches rather than one. But I'm sending it to you now. So check your phone or your computer. I just sent you. It looks like it even has like the fake like Mahomes autograph towards the top. Under Armour, a symbol, Ring of Honor, Texas Tech, and then it's got the fives and everything is sewn. So I just sent it to you on your direct message. Yes, Ring of Honor black jersey. So it just has a patch that it's a Ring of Honor just to say that he's one of the best Texas Tech players to ever live and to be one of the top people. I think they just added it because I was on there a couple days ago and this wasn't on there. So and in the same price, and you get you have the Under Armour on one side and then you have the Ring of Honor on the other. Or if you just want the other one that just has the Under Armour symbol, I can get you the regular one too. You let me know, but you can get the one that has the Ring of Honor patch on it or the one that doesn't. Fucking a sweet looking jersey. I mean, it's a little bit different, the style and the way that it looks, but because it's not Nike, it's Under Armour. So everything about it is just different, like it's got some silky part on the arms. It's got the fake Patrick Mahomes autograph towards the top of the number, which is kind of cool. Then it's got the Under Armour and then the Ring of Honor patch, which looks like it's a patch, and then Texas Tech, and then it's got the size down below, and it looks like it kind of transitions into kind of like a screen print jersey, kind of looking like it's like almost like a half and half. Maybe this one is screen print though. I gotta look. Is this screen print? Under Armour black football jersey, metallic Ring of Honor patch, silver printed signature, 100% nylon. Because I would assume that this is the numbers look sewn. I'm looking at it right now, and I promise for everyone that's in the room right now, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to take care of Cyber. We'll go over other things. This won't be too long, but I just want to make sure before I order this. I mean that looks like it's sewn, and then we can let's see. Let me look at the size of the numbers though. And then Under Armour, Patrick Mahomes, Premium Authentic Twill. Maybe we should do that one because I think the one that has the patch is screen print. That doesn't look the same. I think this one it doesn't have the fake autograph on it. I think this is the one to get. I think if you look at that one, it's the Under Armour, Patrick Mahomes to Texas Tech Premium Authentic Twill jersey. And that one doesn't have the fake autograph on it. It doesn't have the other patch, but this is the one that he wore, when he was there. I think I would do that one. That's just me from looking at the jerseys. I think the Ring of Honor one doesn't. And I'll send you the picture of the other one that I'm looking at here. I think because this one, it looks like it's just the quality of the jersey. I think this one is the one to go. At least if I was, I mean, unless they are the same, but I mean, one has authentic twill and the other one doesn't. So I would hate to get the one that has the Ring of Honor and have it be like a screen print. I'd be pissed off. So I think it is screen print. So they're just charging more. So I think we should do, I'm going to show you this one. I'll send you a picture. Because I'm on the Red Raider website. All right, I'm about to send you a picture. And you're probably already looking at it anyways. All right, this is the sewn one. So, I mean, I'll get whatever you want. It's totally up to you, based off the jersey. But I'm sitting there, so you want the twill, okay? Because that's what I said too. Because I mean, if I'm going to get you a jersey, the hell no, I don't want to get something that is like, okay, I mean, the fake autograph. I mean, that's a little bit too much. It's like almost like a promotional jersey. It's like I really like it, with the fake autograph and the Ring of Honor, but that's like a jersey you would like have framed and just like have it hung up. The other one is, it's sold out. Which one is sold out? The twill or the Ring of Honor? Oh, I'm looking. Hold on.
We're holding tight. Wintry mix. Safety's the name of our game. Yours. Toyota all-wheel drive sedans. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care.
I'm looking right now.
Roadside assistance. Visit your local Toyota dealer to learn more. Reserve yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
With the Fred Meyer app, no matter where you order free pickup, you get the same great deals as you get in our
Oh, shit.
So start your cart today.
Oh, brutal. What do we want to do? Do we want to just wait then? Because, I mean, I don't want to get you something that is like second fiddle. You know what I mean? Like, I got the funds to buy something for you, and I will no matter what, and stuff. Damn it. I should have fucking clicked on the numbers. Oh, XL is gone. Son of a bitch. Only large is available. Oh, you motherfuckers. Patrick Mahomes, you popular motherfucker, you. Damn it. I mean, I can, should I do the email me when available? I can do that. You said you'll wait? Okay. I'm going to do email me when available, I think. I'm going to put my email in here. So that way I get the email and then I can get that.
Most of the big stars do under this kind of a stage lighting here in Los Angeles. Ball deflected out, last touch by Adams.
All right, I put it in for the email when the double XL comes in. Oh man, that's that. Yeah, but I guess it works out. Then now I don't have to freak out anymore and act like like, oh my gosh, it's like I need to get this done. I need to get this done. And then even if I wanted to get it, it's probably been sold out for months. So I know they will make another batch of them. I mean, usually they'll make it. So, all right, cool. And I'm just messaging you here. All right. But if there's anything else that decides that comes up, but hopefully I don't get an email like a year later. They're like, oh, here's your email. You know what I mean? But I mean, like I said, I'm very weary getting jerseys like on eBay and other places because there's a lot of lookalikes. Sometimes you'll get people that will buy from the manufacturer and buy from Mitchell & Ness and then flip and then try to sell it that way. You know what I mean? But also there's a lot of, China companies and Indonesia and a lot of like the foreign stuff that comes over from like China. And it looks exactly like an NFL jersey. But if you look close, if you're a jersey collector or you have a good eye, you can notice subtle details on which ones are fake and which ones aren't, unless you are the type of person that doesn't care about wearing fake jerseys. Because sometimes like a fake jersey back in the day, 20 years ago, would have been better than a screen print. So that's why I invested in a couple of them, like a Josh Freeman. I wanted a Josh Freeman sewn rather than a Josh Freeman screen print. Luckily, I didn't pay Josh Freeman sewn price of $300 some. I think I paid like $100 or $150 to get, a sewn version that was like not a real one, but it looked awesome, and it looked better because it was sewn, it felt better. You felt like, even if it's like a fake, they're still using high-end numbers, high-end patches, but sometimes for me, the big kind of like, okay, this is fake. Is the patches on the arm. If you look on the patches on the arm, I remember looking at Tampa Bay had the ship, and I would look at the real ones and I would look at the ones that are fake. And the ones that are fake, they can't replicate the patch. So like that they try to with the stitching, but it never ends up being close to what the real ones are. That's how I normally notice a real jersey or fake jersey. But I mean, if you're just like at a party or you got jerseys, I mean, I got like 20 plus in my closet. Most of them are real, authentic. And I think the only fake ones I have are Buccaneers, and I think I have two. I think one's Josh Freeman white, and then I have a Doug Martin red. And that's it. I think those are the only two that I have. Everything else after that point was purchased at NFL shop or, a retailer that was 100% authentic. But I don't regret, buying the Doug Martin or the Josh Freeman or, still like owning them. It's kind of cool because it shows like how shitty I was back in the day. And I was so desperate to be able to root for my team. I bought a fucking Josh Freeman and Doug Martin. I mean, Doug Martin had a couple years and he had that one game against the Raiders where he ran for like 250 yards and scored 4 touchdowns, but his career never really panned out. And then Freeman only had a year or two, but I still remember, towards his rookie year, we went like 10-6 and the Giants beat us in the tiebreaker, but it was like the best exciting football at that time after, a 3 or 4 stint of just garbage. And it was pretty garbage for a majority of that time, but
Same order, same
yeah.
time.
Well, at least I looked before buying, and I always make sure I communicate. Communication is so important because imagine if I'm trying to just be the nice guy, and then I jump the gun, and then all of a sudden I get the jersey and I get the wrong one. Then we have to figure out how to return it and get the right one, and yeah. So yeah, well, it sucks to be popular, Mahomes, but at some point, I know I'm going to end up getting you a bow, and I probably will get a bow for myself at some point. I don't own one. I have Griffey jerseys. The next up for me is a bow. If I'm going to go another player, I mean, I could always do Koufax for my dad or like Drysdale or Clayton Kershaw and get like a Dodger, but I think if I'm going to treat yourself, I think, maybe the Mitchell and Ness, at some point in my life, I'm going to have the teal and the white bow in Mitchell and Ness. I don't know which one I'll start with, you know what I mean? But that'll probably be a gift. I would assume I'm going to end up getting you in next year or the year after, or who knows when, maybe even later on this year. We'll see. So you never know. What's up, brother? Miss you, dude. Just been grinding. Like I said, I had a little mental health episode last week, but now I've had a full week of being great. I don't plan on partying or, doing anything dumb, not hanging out with anyone, not trying to party. I'm going to make sure I stay home, hang out with Paisley, eat some food. I got gummies. I got pre-roll. My new favorite thing now is bringing pre-rolls with me when I walk with Paisley, like at night or when I walk, because I have a certain areas where I can, before I get into like a school or like a residential neighborhood at night, you know what I mean? I have a certain route that I go, but yeah, it's nice. It's relaxing. Got my earbuds in, I got this nice 1 gram pre-roll, and in Oregon, it's just ridiculous. It's like 25-30%, THC, and it's like 1 gram. It's like $4. Like a lot of places used to sell them for like 10 or more, for like a gram or whatever. But we have so much and so much quality. I mean, I shit you not. If you have depression or anxiety, and if you're partying and you're doing other things, alcohol, or you're doing the harder stuff, if you're going that particular route, that can empty out your bank account real quick. You don't feel good, obviously after, you look at your wallet or, your bank account, and your bank account's fucking emptied out. You feel like shit. And a lot of times when you do like that, from my friends and personal experience, right? When you do some of that stuff, the alcohol and beyond, the harder stuff, that shit can give you depression, if you go down that route sometimes. So I feel like with, dispensaries, no matter what you do, you're sober, you do some drinking, you do some of that harder stuff, or you don't, right? But if you fall back on like weed, and like if it's legal where you live, and I know some of you guys don't have it legal, and you're, it's frustrating and whatnot, or you have to go a state over. But for us, like I literally have 3 places 5 minutes from my house that I can go to that all have something different. Some stuff they have from their own farms, some stuff they have from farms that are close by. But I'm telling you, if you ever have been a fan or, High Times Magazine, or, you've seen the stories of stuff, Pineapple Express, and, you see the movies and you're like, there's no way there's stuff that looks like this, or, it's just like, no, this is like some CGI. I'm telling you, out here Oregon, Washington, California, Alaska. We have some of the, like, it's almost unbelievable. It like looks like some kind of sprinkly Skittle candy or something. Like, no way this is actually something that you can, buy at the store. But yeah, it's nice. And it definitely helps, I think, with a lot of stress and stuff too. Because, it's not like you're going to smoke or eat some gummies and then, go do something stupid. You're probably going to raid the fridge, play some video games, play on your phone, watch some TV, relax. And sometimes that's what you need. Everyone needs to treat yourself and be able to relax sometimes too. So yeah, dude, I think I'm going to try to have some of you guys here on the show too at some point too, even if it's just like a quick, what's up, and then, you know what I mean? And, but I probably can't have more than 3 people on at a time. I think I'll max out with 4 because we don't want to be like talking over each other. But I think that is going to be something I'm going to start doing with the Wrench Gang. If they want to hop on for a couple minutes and join me, sometimes people are shy or they just don't want to. Totally understandable. But if it's, an opportunity that I'm willing to pass out, most hosts are not going to be like, hey, mods, do you want to be on the show with me? Said no host ever, most of these people, but I don't feel like I'm like that. I'd like to be able to talk with you guys. I mean, I can always talk with you guys in the chat, but I think it would be a cool thing for the other fans and other mods to be able to see other mods and to be able to see the conversation rather than me just talking the whole time and, throwing photos up. So we miss you, brother. What's good? Sell Jamas. Yeah. Mr. Williams with the governments. Mr. Williams. Yeah, I need a new phone. They've been sending me notices that I need a new chip in my phone, and I've just been ignoring it. They said, well, as long as my phone doesn't get turned off, I'm like, whatever. I'm too busy, dude. It's like, and then I probably got to pay money to get the upgrade. They say, oh, you can upgrade for free. I was like, what if I want this phone? Oh, $300. And then I end up spending $300 anyways, or they lie, and maybe they pocket the money or whatever they do. But oh, it's free or it's $100. And then all of a sudden you're paying like $250. I don't know. Some of the phone places seem kind of shady. When you do the upgrades and do the new phones and whatnot. But I had Sprint, and then they got bought out by T-Mobile, and I'm not really a fan. I mean, like I just had it for so long with Sprint that I never switched over to Verizon or one of the other other brands that are out there. But it's like when you end up having a phone, it takes a lot for you to be like, fuck this company, right? And then switch. It's one of those things. It's like you don't want to worry about it. You just pay the bill every month. I mean, I guess unless you're one of those people that's extremely fickle or you had a bad experience, then you'd be like, yeah, fuck you. You turned my phone off or you wouldn't give me the insurance or you fucked me over. I'm leaving you. I'm going to go to the competitor and get a free phone and get some other stuff. But I know for a lot of me and my friends, it's like once we have a provider or a number, that might be our number forever. Like I've had the same fucking cell number for fucking forever. Like I it's not like I've switched, and had this phone and this provider, but I guess it depends on the quality. And I think when Sprint and T-Mobile, they're not very good. It's like the coverage is okay at times. Sometimes it's really good, but then sometimes I feel like when I'm at sporting events and, that other people have better service than me. It's like, what happens if I want to take a picture at the game or I want to do selfie or I want to do with my friend or, what's up, dude? We're at the game. What up, dude? Or, I'm like front row at the Ducks game, at Autzen. It's like, I want to be able to, or if I want to do a video, and it's like, I can definitely tell with, with certain stuff, it's like, man, this is not, I need to upgrade. I need to get something better. So at some point, that might be something I have to look into if I have some free time, but maybe next week I should do that. Because instead of just getting like the chip and upgrade and they give it to me, my phone is old as hell. Like my phone is like and I've always done Android. I'm not an iPhone guy. I'm an Android guy. I don't have anything against the iPhone. I know some people are like Nike Reebok or Nike Adidas, and it's like, oh, fuck this brand, fuck the iPhone, fuck Android. But I mean, it's a phone. I mean, you're just going to have different applications, and it's, you're going to have different features that are going to be available for you, chatting wise, like, phone messages and whatnot. But yeah, this one is like I don't even know what it is, S9 plus or something. So I'm like 4, 5, 6 behind of where it's at now. So I definitely, I've needed a new phone for probably a year, and this phone is probably 3 years old, I would assume. I know that's super horrible of me as a phone owner. I know some people are like trendy and they get a new phone every year. And I have friends that do that work for places like that or have hookups. I mean, if you have hookups, getting a new phone every year, cool. I mean, yeah, you have the access to that, but most of us, it's not like a priority. But I do want a better camera, and my camera is cracked on like the front side of the phone for me dropping it and having it for 3 or 4 years. So I can't take pictures clearly from that angle. I can do like away, but if I'm doing selfie, I can't do it because it's cracked. And yeah, it's just blurry and fucked up. So I think that's probably the tall tale sign that, hey, O-Dog, you probably need to get a new phone. But when you're working so hard, I'm spending time with Paisley. It's like, I don't really think like, oh, I need to get the phone today. It's more like, I'm just going to hang out with Paisley. So yeah, we both need some new phones, brother. You're not too far from me. We'll probably end up doing a meetup one of these days. I think you're the closest to me out of any of the, people that started off as like fans and then friends and then family. You're probably the closest to me that out of everyone. Be really dope if I would like go down there and do like Mariners Dodger game. Could you imagine? Dude, your job would be like, where is Mr. Williams? Oh man, it would be a good time. It would be a good time. Yeah, I still haven't even gotten my dad a Kershaw, but my dad's more of a Koufax, Drysdale, old school guy. So if I'm going to get my dad a jersey before getting myself, I mean, definitely I have to try to get like a Koufax because he's getting up there in age and I want to see him happy as much as possible. And I've never met anyone that has as much knowledge on Dodgers than him. And he's taught me a lot and I still have a lot to learn. And my dad, did, teaching for, 30, 40 years, retired, wrote poetry, got published. He actually wrote me his life story and it's like, like a book, and he gave it to like 3 or 4 people. And I haven't read it. I mean, I don't know if that's more of a thing that I read when he passes, and then I can read about like interesting things in his life. But his dad was nowhere to be found in his life at an early age. So it was just like his mom with like, 5 to 10 kids. But my dad's a real special individual, he's like one of my best friends. Like he's my hero, between him and Ken Griffey Jr. And I thought that how many parents would do something like that? You know what I mean? And I know he was in the military. He was in the Air Force. I know he's got some crazy stories with camping and friends and his childhood, but I thought that was like such a unique way for you not to just like leave in a will, but like you gave it to me, for me to be able to read. And it's pretty big. Like, it's like, on like computer paper or like booklet paper, like a book, but it's I don't know, probably 100 pages long. So I was honest with him. I was like, I didn't read it right away because I didn't really feel comfortable reading it right away. But I know there'll be a time and a place that I read it. But yeah, a very special, cool thing, for him to do. And I mean, I don't know if every single person has a story to tell in their life, but yeah, there's a lot about my dad that, I feel I do know, but there's stuff in his childhood that he's never shared with me, or maybe we never talk. Because normally when we hang out, we're talking baseball all the time. We're always talking Dodgers. We're, talking former, and that's just kind of like our common ground. We'll watch a little bit of NFL or like basketball if it's on, but it's not like he follows the Blazers. The only other sporting event I can get him to watch is Ducks, and he watches it because of me. You know what I mean? And like I've taken him front row to UCLA to see Chip when we wore the Jordan, jerseys. And it's cool to see my dad, like, he doesn't really go to sporting events at all. But when we get to go to like Dodgers, Mariners, that's when I ended up getting my first baseball a couple years ago before COVID, where it was Dodgers, Mariners, and it was like a 3-game set. And I shit you not, out of like 40,000 people, there must have been 30,000 Dodger fans. Like, no joke. I mean, anytime a big team comes to town, it's like once every 4 years. Except next year they change the rule where you're going to play every team in the inner league. So it's like if you're, a Mariner fan, I actually get to see the Cardinals for once, and the Cardinals are coming to Seattle, and my buddy got tickets. So I'm like super stoked. It would have been really cool to see Albert Pujols and, to be able to see the guys, there, and obviously Yadier Molina, but I'm still going to get Goldie. I'm still going to end up getting a Nolan Arenado. You're still getting some of those pieces. You got Contreras from the Cubs, so that's, another good catcher. Super, super stoked. But yeah, normally with me and my dad, we'll talk, and we have those memories of, when I was a kid, and I remember things. But as far as like him in the military, him in the Air Force, him as a child, I mean, we've talked stories during like camping and stuff, but I imagine there is a bunch in that book that I'll find out, and I'm probably going to try to read it sooner than later. I would prefer to read it while he's still alive, so that way I can ask him questions, besides just reading it, and then I can't talk to him anymore. So that's a fact. But that's this little nugget I'd like to share with you guys. Matt in the building. What to do? How are you, bro? That's awesome. And like I said, we have a good community here. And the cool thing is I've been able to build the community with more females and with older OGs. So it's like I used to have a lot of people that were like 18 to like 25 or 18 to 30. And that was like a majority of the fan base. And it was like 99% guys, 1% girls. Now it's like, 45%, 50% from like 10 years old to about, maybe it's more like 18 to maybe 40, right? Is like 50%. And then 40 and up is 50%. So we've really maximized and got some of the older generation that are 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Like the oldest person that watches us is like 90 years old and they actually participate in the chat. Pretty cool. You know what I mean? So you get people that are smarter than you, different background, different stories. And then I've also built the female audience up from 1%. And then in just a short period of time, in like maybe like a year, I got to look to see where we're at now, but it normally hovers around 12 to 15%. That's pretty good as far as like, being a sport channel. It's not like I'm doing makeup tutorials and doing more like female oriented videos. So I think that's pretty cool. I'm just always trying to gain different ground with different audiences. And I enjoy having, the guy perspective, but the girl perspective too. So, so it looks like it's got, let's see, 0.9, 13 to 17, 18.3, 18 to 24 years old, 25 to 34, 21%, 21.4, 35 to 44 years old, 20%, 20.3, 45 to 54, 15.6, 55 to 64, 13.8, and 65 years and up, 10%. That's cool. You know what I mean? Like I'm 40 and I know I look younger and I feel I have a soul and a heart of like a college kid of 18 to 21-year-old, but I feel my knowledge is up there with the big boys. And, oh, wow, we went up. So now male, 84.7, female, 15.3. So we actually went up. That's awesome. My eventual goal is to get it to 20%, 80-20. And then if I can somehow get it to 70-30. And then like my ultimate goal, I know I will never be able to get the channel to 50-50 unless I just get every single fucking female on planet Earth coming to this channel. But if I can get it to 60-40 before I die, like at some point, if I can get it as close to half and half with female and male, that's my goal. But I think that, at this point, trying to get it to 80-20 is realistic. And then hoping that I can get it to 70-30, 60-40, just that way that we have different types of personalities and we can kind of debunk, the myths that, like every guy knows football or girls don't know football. A lot of the people that I have on the channel, as far as the female side, are smarter than most of the guys. And most of the guys that I have on here are smart, but we also have some that are biased. And sometimes it's hard to be able to, have a conversation with someone that's just overly biased. And on here, we just try to teach that, like, you can still, be a fan of the game. You can still, like, root for a player on the opposing team, the rival. You never know. That guy might be on your team in 5 years. Like, you just have to appreciate greatness. And if you're able to appreciate greatness, it gives you a whole nother light instead of just rooting for your team and saying, fuck you to the rest. You know what I mean? It's just like, I feel that when you're that way, when you're like, okay, my team only, I don't give a shit about any other player besides the one that's wearing my team colors. Fuck everyone else in the division. Fuck everyone else in the league. And if you have that mindset, I just feel like there's just too much negativity there and you don't get to appreciate guys like Justin Jefferson. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can still be like, oh, I see him, but do you really like see what he's doing? Like, he's like the modern day Jerry Rice to me. Like when his career is all said and done, he might be able to pass Randy Moss, T.O., all the big boys at the top besides Jerry. And I think that some of his records are in jeopardy. I think that if, and this is a big if Jay Jetta can play for 15 to 20 years, I think that he'll be right there, number one, number two with Jerry Rice when it's all said and done. I think he'll be able to pass Randy and T.O. And for me to say that maybe Jay Jetta could be better than Randy, T.O., and some of those names, that's a big deal. I wouldn't say that if I didn't really believe it, and he's doing it right now with Kirk Cousins. And could you imagine if he ends up playing with Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Burrow, Mahomes, or someone on that caliber? Yeah, appreciate that you're here. The Wrench Gang. Oh, yeah. Seriously. You know what I mean? But normally when I get the phones, I won't have to get the top of the line, but usually I'm paying $100 to $300. Oh, it's a free upgrade. Bullshit. Then why the hell am I paying that? And then I got to pay for a new fucking case, because if you're a fucking good person like that doesn't get a new case, and you're an idiot, because chances are you're going to get drunk, you're going to get faded, you're clumsy as fuck, you're making some food. Oops. And you're looking at Instagram, and then it falls on the screen side, and then you're like, motherfucker. And then you probably didn't buy the insurance either. And so now you're stuck with a cracked phone, unless you decide to get insurance or pay more money. I don't know. Sometimes I get the insurance, but I always buy the case. And I usually don't drop my phone that often, because I'm not usually like that faded to do that. But everyone will have their moments, you know what I mean? And sometimes you can just be clumsy too, or just, reading and walking and not paying attention, or it just, it slips out of your hand and whatnot. But wow, that's cool. And then we got United States, Mexico, Australia, Japan, and Canada. That's who watches. And 54% of the people that watch in the last month have subscribed, but we got 46% that don't subscribe. They just spy on me and watch me. It'd be really cool to get those people that spy to actually support, but it's okay. You know what I mean? Like with me, whatever happens. I mean, like I said, if I can make it full time and prove to people that you don't need 100 people or more, or you need, 100,000 subs to go full time. I mean, you have to be established to a certain degree, but it shows you like one single person can change the whole vibe in a chat, change the whole dono game. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course, it's great to have 50 in the room, or 100 in the room, or 1,000 in the room, but you could have 100 people in the room and you could have no one donating to you. You could have a bunch of kids, or trolls or assholes, so you can feel really good about yourself that your views on your videos are good and you got a lot of people. But if no one's actually supporting you, that could probably get pretty depressing, you know what I mean, at that point. But I think most channels, if you have that many people, you're going to get at least one, person typically. But I have seen, streams, and, we've been a part of some as well. It's like when you get the people that come in as a recommendation, some people will donate right away. Some people want to kind of feel you out. Some people will sub, some people won't. But, it's just, I want to be able to have that opportunity to get in front of more faces. But again, it's not up to me. It's up to the tube. Yeah, I've never had one either. $1 holla. See, these are the type of conversations we can have on here besides just sports, just real talk. Because I know I'm not the only one that doesn't buy the insurance all the time, or if you buy a case for your phone or not. But any of those people that are cheap and they don't buy the case, chances are after like a week or two, you're going to drop it soon. So you better get one. And like I said, then you just have to pray that it gets cracked on the side, not on the screen. But you already know the screens are so goddamn big on phones now. It's like heads or tails, but most of the time, for whatever reason, the universe is like, fuck you. And then you're like getting out of your car and you look down and you're like, please not the screen, please not the screen, please. And you look down and it's the fucking screen and it's like on the rocks. And then you pick it up and hope it's not all cracked and shit. So I've been there. 99 cents. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. $1 holla. What do you want to see for photos? Let me know. $6. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Some George Kittle. Yeah, me too. Android. I've always been Android, and I don't think I'll ever go to iPhone unless I have a bad experience, and whatnot. But yeah. Plus, I like being able to have you guys conversate with each other. It's like you can definitely tell like who's friends and who knows each other in the chat, and then you get the. And I'm totally cool with the newbies and the people. You know what I mean? But it's just nice to be able to have a group place where we can talk about whatever, but we can all have those type of people group here. It's just a great community, and like I said, even like the friends that I have here, I feel like I have a lot stronger bonds with a lot of you guys besides like my boy Justin and Preston. But I mean, I've known those guys for a long, long time. But again, if we're spending almost every day together, you can definitely get to know each other pretty well. And it's a great friendship, because the thing is, the bottom line for a lot of us that have the depression and the anxiety, and we've all gone through fake friends. or people that pretend to be our friends, or, it's like everyone wants to be your friend when they can get something from you. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's a hard decision on cutting someone off that that is like a nice person or a fun person or a fun drinking buddy or a fun smoking buddy or a cool person to be around. But a lot of times these people are taking advantage, and you just have to cut people off, even if you kind of like the person, especially if the friendship ain't 50-50. I mean, and the level of disrespect that I take is a hell of a lot less than it was before. A lot of these things that people say on this channel here, they can get away with it on other channels. But you guys see, I mean, I've already put up with a lot of that fucked up behavior, for the last, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I've been doing this for 11. This is my 7th year on YouTube. So, if you're going to clap back or you're going to come in here with an attitude, you got to tread softly, because we already know how that goes. It depends if we know you, right? It depends on if you're a supporter. Do you donate? Have you been here? Do you share the channel? Are you helping on Instagram or Twitter? Like, are you actually friends with people? Or are you just coming in here to talk shit and cause problems? Because people love to try to go one-on-one with me, but the thing is like they think they can go one-on-one and then come back every week, and it's like a brand new match of trying the battle of the wits. But it's going to be very hard to battle of wits with me and with Sarah and with people in the room. It's like, if you want to do that on any other channel and compete, go right ahead. But if you're going to come here, you're going to deal with the smartest NFL minds that they probably are out. I mean, we got so much talent here. It's going to be really fun to see where the channel goes, slowly but surely, moving forward. We got a great community and a great crowd too. We just need to hopefully just get recommended a few more times, throughout streams. And I don't even care about the football side. I mean, I already know what they're doing there, but I just want to be able to grow more on the NASCAR and the baseball side and the wrestling side. And that maybe can make up for some of the football side. Because we're going to get people with the football. And I think it's like when you listen to someone or you watch someone on podcasts or TV, instantly, if we're talking NFL, in the first 30 seconds, is this guy a douchebag, or do they actually know football? Like, are they smart? Do they have a good voice? Do they actually read and watch film, or are they just fake? You know what I mean? And that's why it's really hard for not only me, but a lot of us to connect with people on TV and podcasts. I mean, it's like, I'm a super fan, so I would love to watch all these programs, but so many of the programs are fake, and it's just produced with fake topics and clicks. It's just I don't know. I have better things to do with my time than watch people yell at each other over a topic that neither really believe in. You know what I mean? Like, the producers just be like, Cowboys all the way, go. You know what I mean? And then you get someone like Skip that can just pour it on. You know what I mean? But it's like a lot of times in his head, he don't believe that, but they're just trying to get ratings. And I don't know. I just don't like fakeness. And that's why I can't watch anything besides Pat McAfee anymore, really. It's like, I need someone that I feel that's like me and like our crowd. I want someone genuine, passionate, smart, that's real, goofy, that, just is real about it. Doesn't have to sugarcoat shit. Doesn't have to say what, everyone else is saying. That can be bold and make their own opinion, even if people don't agree. But again, if you end up reading and watching film, you can be ahead of the curve, but a lot of people are lazy and they, will watch someone like me cut corners and not do the work. And then they can just watch me for an hour and then steal my material and act like they came up with it on their own, like Peter Schrager, Still, it's like a humble thing for someone that's famous to copy you, but still it's like, I do consider myself one of the best NFL minds that's out there. And, just because I'm not on a major network doesn't mean that these people are better than me or smarter than me. Because I know if that ever happened, we would be able to get big numbers, just because I think the America and us sports fans, we deserve to have people that we can kind of click with, people that we can connect with, people that say takes that you're thinking, but no one's saying, just that vibe. And there's just so much fake out there. I think that the younger generation and the older generation, whether you liked sports talk from back in the day with Rome or, people that yell like Stephen A. But I feel this younger generation, middle generation, and the OGs that are older, everyone deserves better. To have someone that has a nice voice, right? That has a good clique of people that actually have knowledge, right? And that you can actually learn something and it's not biased, because it seems like everyone is so goddamn biased. It's just sickening, man. And I can't put up with that, man. You have to be able to call a spade a spade. You have to be able to call it out. And, some people have a hard time, taking criticisms of their team because they think it's an attack. But, if you come here, it's not going to be that way. It's just, it is what it is. And you either accept it or you have a personal issue because what I'm saying is true, but you don't want to give me credit or you just want to argue with me. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to be right about everything. But again, if you are going to be an individual that reads and watches as much as film as me, of course, we'll go toe to toe. And, sometimes I will agree with people, with what they feel and with their takes. But, if you get someone that is watching one game a week and I'm doing 16 hours a day, chances are we're not going to really see eye to eye. I'm still going to listen to you and I'm going to see if you actually know what you're talking about or not. And maybe I will agree with you, but maybe I won't. It just depends. But not every sport fan is created equal. You know what I mean? But we're here to not to, necessarily try to be the best, but we want to make sure that we have that intelligence and we do the analytics and the numbers and we dig a little bit deeper than the other channels, to really find the little nuggets on really what makes it a champion, what makes a Super Bowl Lombardi winner. And a lot of people that are out there, they only see football offensively, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. And when you come here, you're going to understand O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, special teams. And I think that's a huge eye opener because no other channel, brings out those topics besides us. And I'm proud of that. And it's not only me, it's people like Sarah, people like Holly, bringing things to the forefront, with like special teams and O-line and other positions that are really not getting the proper love. And that's a great thing. But yeah, I'm definitely going to start having some of you guys on here. And I think it'll help too, because it'll help pass the time. And, then we'll have two people on the screen and then other people will see that I'm bringing people on and then that'll probably bring more people. And maybe we'll be able to snowball, you can be, hey, you can tell your friends, hey, I'm going to be on YouTube tonight. And then boom. And then we get another person. So you never know. How did it go? So what's the vibe? What's the vibe there? You feel really good about it? What's the background? You want to give me some background, name, history? Give me some background on it if you have the chance. And like I said, I'm interested. So any information about GMs, owners, OCs, DCs, coaches, most people don't give two fucks unless you're really hardcore. And we are here. We're Northwest Sports Fanatics. So I know most, fans could care two shits about who the fuck the GM is or, and some people don't give a crap about who the offensive line coach is. But, when you follow football heavily, sometimes, those little pieces of info, they really do go a long way. And sometimes those guys make the difference on you, winning a Super Bowl or getting further along. Just look at the 49ers. It's just how great they are. And they're missing Robert Saleh, and they're missing Mike McDaniel. And look at the success that those guys have had. And Saleh will be better once they figure out the quarterback situation. But just look at the talent level of those two guys. Imagine if those two guys could be together. Like if McDaniel was the head coach and the OC and Saleh was the D coordinator, and he took a demotion, and they were together. What would happen? You would have a baby 49ers like on the Dolphins. So if Saleh ever gets fired, if I'm, depending on how close they were, if I'm Mike McDaniel, I'll be like, bro, the Jets fired you. You're my D coordinator. Let's do it. And then that might be the time I'm trying to foreshadow right now. See, I'm trying to plant it. I'm planting the seed. So Saleh gets fired in a year or two. He goes to Miami. And then all of a sudden Miami figures out their quarterback. And then you have those two, formerly of the 49ers. They're building their own 49ers in the AFC. And then maybe that's when the Dolphins, can compete with the Bills and, the teams at the top. Those are the type of scenarios that I think in my head. I'm not only thinking now, but I'm thinking in the future. Back to the future. All right, I need to get some George Kittle photos here. And then hopefully we'll get some more people to come through and we'll see where we're at. I mean, if we don't hit the goal, hopefully we can get like half of the goal at that point. And then I'll be tomorrow. We're grinding 2 games tomorrow, 2 games on Sunday. So, I have to make sure that I don't stay up too late and get a little bit of sleep and whatnot. So, and you wanted George Kittle? The Georgia Kittle? George Kittle is awesome because he likes wrestling. So anyone that, follows athletes, I always look at the above and beyond stuff. So, all right, George Kittle. George Kittle in Iowa or George Kittle 49ers or a little bit of both? The answer is a little bit of both, but I just like to say things out loud because I already know what Sarah's thinking. So And shout out to Sarah for being, such a good mod. Like I said, to be a lead mod is not going to be easy for any channel. But like I said, I wouldn't be able to do what I do, especially when we have like low numbers. Sometimes you need to be able to have, that structure there. And we've had some low days, but we've had some really big, like memorable days on this. I'm only, doing live streams like full time for 1 year. I mean, I'm 11 years in, this is the 7th year, but according, to doing like, a bunch of like reaction videos. I mean, to see where the channel started and where it's at now, I'm really proud of all the hard work that's been put in. And we got some really big things coming our way for sure. It's going to be awesome. Everyone's just sleeping on us. It's just like everyone else is, the bigger popular names, but I feel that we provide more here knowledge wise. And I feel that we're going to give you smarter bets, numbers wise. No one's going to work harder than me. There's going to be people that work hard at editing and actually putting out videos, but no one will outwork me with the knowledge part. No one is, unless you're like a fucking scout or you work for college football team or NFL, or you work for NFL Network. But if it's not something like that, I'm trying to outwork everyone on planet Earth. Like I don't try to be like the best on YouTube. I'm trying to be the best in the world. I'm trying to really go after it, and it takes a lot of work, especially when you're following like so many fucking sports, NFL, college football, WWE, AEW, MLB, NBA, college hoops. Even if I'm not really big into basketball, I'm still following. It's a lot of effort, but there's a lot that comes out of it because I know people respect the hard work, and there's no way that I would be able to be correct so often unless I put in that effort, and then had a little bit of ESP and engage, because you're not going to just be able to not watch anything and then predict all the winners all the time. You have to be able to put in the time and the effort. And plus I love learning from you guys too, because, maybe there'll be some trolls and some assholes that try to come in here and stir the pot, but I always learn something new from one of the females or from one of the dudes, in the stream. There's always going to be some brand new fact or something new I learned from their team. And I appreciate that. So got some George Kittle. We got some really good Niner ones here. Kittle's got a really cool personality, just like number 1, Jamal Williams. That's the best personality in football. I'd be friends with that guy. I don't think we have anything on the Cash Apps. I think we had Max donate the 5 early on, and that's it. So. But no worries. We'll see how long we go for. We're at the 2-hour mark now, so I probably wasn't going to go any longer than 4, but we might cut it off at like 3 or 3:30, 4, somewhere in there. But I guess it all depends on where we're at, numbers wise. And if we're still at kind of a lower number, then I got to keep pushing and then just give it my all. And then if we get there, we do. And then, I don't have anywhere really to go. I'm just gonna be hanging out with Paisley and then, just doing that. Oh, Gatorade Blue, the best. All right, just trying to look to see if there's any updated information here with the Jags and Chiefs and the Giants and Eagles. But that's where I'm at right now as far as like, okay, Chiefs, Eagles, Niners. But now I have to really decide between today and tomorrow if I think the Bills now have the advantage because the offensive linemen are out. And it's not 1, it's 2 starters are out. Is that enough for me to flip from the Bengals to the Bills? Gosh, and it's like I like the Bengals more, but again, I can't be, thinking with my heart because I like Joe Burrow so much more than Allen. I can't be like, well, they lost 2 offensive linemen, and even though I preach offensive line is so important, I'm going to go against it, and I'm just going to go Burrow. But also, too, I can flip to go to Allen and the Bills because of that offensive line injuries, those 2 players, which I probably am going to now. But with the Bengals, they're so good with how they've been playing, with their win streak, both teams 8 and 9 game win streaks, right? That the Bengals could lose those 2 guys, be where they were at last year with like a horrible O-line, which we saw, and they made it to the fucking Super Bowl and almost won with maybe arguably the worst or bottom 2 offensive line. Seattle's offensive line, obviously, and a few others were not very good over the few years, but it's kind of remarkable. I don't think I've ever seen a team have a bottom, worst line or bottom 2, bottom 5 line and make it to the Super Bowl. I don't think I've ever seen that. So it's already proven that Burrow can get you there even with a horrible O-line. And now the line is better than it was last year, but now you're missing 2 starters. So I don't know. I'm starting to lean, I think, more Bills, even though I don't want to. So Zini, how are you? What do you want to see for photos? And I hope that you're doing well. Oh, there you go. Well, you guys are money then, because he's from the Niners. Niners always have really good people in their building. Probably more quality people in the building than any organization in the NFL. Obviously, we know things are getting better in Philly. Kansas City has some great people there, but I think San Fran, by far, if you look at the quality of pieces that they have in the building, people that go on to be OCs, DCs, head coaches elsewhere, they're very, very good organization. So yes, I am just hearing that right there. I know that you guys will be in good shape. Oh, I got you. I got you, girl. It's been a while. I hope that your mental health has been okay. I had an episode last week where I missed about 4 or 5 days from streaming, and I just got back off that. I feel good, and I'm on about day 5 now, feeling pretty damn good about things. And yeah, I'm glad to have you in the room. It's always good to have, the females in the room, and especially the ones that are going to be playing a big game tomorrow. And yeah, I'll be streaming both games tomorrow too. So I don't know what your schedule is, where you're watching it, or if you're going to be by a computer. But if you are watching the game and you're going to be by the computer, I'll be streaming the game, and I would love to have you. But if you have other plans, or you're just going to get faded and scream at the TV like a psychopath, like all Eagles fans do when they watch Eagles games, scream, yell, throw the remote, hey, you can do that too, because I got the Eagles winning. So I don't know how much screaming that you're gonna be doing. Oh, you really? Oh, good. I'm glad that you're doing good. Yeah, we've missed you a lot. Oh, okay. Do you have to work tomorrow for the game? Or do you have DVR? You have to have DVR. You're an animal person like me. You got to be a DVR person. I always record everything. Like every time games are on, I probably watch it 2 or 3 times. I'll watch it live, and then maybe later on that night or the next night I watch it again, and then maybe after like a week passes, I'll watch it. So I don't watch every game like 3 times, but depending on the game, and I'll probably end up watching this game twice live, and I'll watch it again. So it's always good to kind of catch the replay. Sometimes when people are eating or smoking or getting food or hitting the restroom, sometimes you end up missing a little bit of things, and also depending on how faded you are, if you remember. So, oh, you work from home? There we go. Yeah, you should stop by. That'd be awesome. I imagine the Eagle fans are going to come out. I mean, if I'm going to stream the game, I mean, some are going to be going to the game that are a part of the channel, like the other Birdman, but then we have others that I think that they'll either be at the bar, at the house, or they'll be on the stream, or they'll be watching it somewhere. So as a Eagles fan, how do you feel? And I don't know if you heard it before, but I'm going to start having some of the mods and some of the people on the show. So if they want to just make an appearance, I mean, if some people are shy and they don't want to, that's completely fine. But if I have a few of the females on, or a few of the people in the Wrench Gang, the mods, if they want to hop on and just talk football for 5-10 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, I mean, I'm still going to do the show and do the photos, but I think it would be kind of cool to be able to have people on, and if they want to be on, and there's only going to be a select few that I would ask, and then you can just talk your team, talk your players, and just say hi and hang out, and then eventually, if I end up doing that, that might end up being a regular thing that I do. So yeah, I got you. All right, let me get you some cool Darius Slay. What's Philadelphia? Confident, like super confident, right? Because you respect the NFC teams this year more than normal, because you had 3 in the playoffs. So obviously all 3 teams were good, and even Washington wasn't that bad this year. But we're talking about the team that was the best team in the NFL pretty much the whole year. So it's not like you're going to be able to, they're going to come in there with Danny Dimes and kick your ass and you're going to lose. If you're going to lose, you're going to lose in the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. You're not losing this round. So I think that's what the mindset is for most Eagles fans, that they assume that they're going to blow out the Giants, but who knows? Maybe it ends up being a game that's a little bit closer, but I think most people think a 7-point to 14-point victory for the Eagles is kind of where it's going to be. So at least that's what I'm kind of thinking. On the low end, I mean, could the Giants keep it close within like 3 or 4? Yeah, but then Saquon would have to run for like 120, 2 touchdowns. Danny Dimes would have to play like out of his fucking mind. And then Kayvon Thibodeau and Dexter Lawrence would have to be fucking up Jalen Hurts for a couple sacks, and they'd have to get a couple picks. And I don't know if the Giants are good enough to have like a spectacular all-star performance from all of those guys against Philly, in Philly. Like, I don't know. I mean, anything is possible in football, but I think that the Eagles and the Chiefs should win pretty easily tomorrow. And then the close games that could go either way, right? Bengals, Bills, Cowboys, Niners, those are going to go down to the wire, and those will be maybe field goal, 4 points. Those ones are going to be closer. They could still end up, winning by 10 points, Bills, Bengals, or Niners or Cowboys. But it just feels like those matchups, the teams are going to be a little bit more competitive. No disrespect to the Jags and Giants, but it just seems like the Bengals and Cowboys are better than the Jags and the Giants. And the Jags played a team with no D. Chargers, Giants played a team with no D. Vikings. Anyone can look great when you're playing against a team with no defense. Facts. Yeah, it just sucks for Minnesota because Kevin O'Connell did actually a good job. And like I predicted, I thought that they would win 10 to 13 games this year. I was right. And I said that maybe the Packers would scale back. They did, right? But the defense was absolutely horrendous. Yeah, but I'll probably have as many as like 3 people on at once, but it might just be like one-on-one, 1-1-2. I just got to, because we don't want to have people talking over each other if we have too many. But I know on the program, I think you can have like fucking 5 to 10 people on at once, but that's just like way too many people to have at one time. I think 1 to 3 additional people for a maximum of 4, but anywhere from 1 to 4 people is perfect. So. Love that chicken at Popeyes. It's like all the guys that we doubted, with injuries, all stepped up this year. Everyone's like, Saquon sucks. Run CMC sucks. Kittle sucks, right? And then all of a sudden, all 3 of them are like, they're kind of back to their old selves. So especially when you're elite and you're like a top 5 at your position, you can have 2 off years and everyone can write you off. But if you still feel they're in their prime, they can bounce back. It just isn't likely, but they could. And that's what we've seen. And good for them. Football is better when Kittle is good, when he's right behind Kelsey or right there with him. Football is good when Saquon is good. Football is good when we have those players like McCaffrey is good. It makes the NFL so exciting. So.
Interest-free financing during the New Year's sale at More Furniture. Visit morefurniture.com to preview all sales specials.
Yeah, and beating a team 3 times in a row is tough. Yeah, and like I said, I just wanted to be able to reward the people, like I said, I was trying to get Cyberpunk the Patrick Mahomes sewn jersey, for all the hundreds of dollars of donos that, him and Holly have done. So, I mean, if you're going to be with some of the top donators, I want to make sure I say thank you. But we get people like Mr. Williams that has done a lot as well. But, for him, he usually buys a lot of the stuff himself, but there's going to be something that I'm going to be able to get for him. But he would rather me get it for somebody else. But most people, I just want to make sure I just show the appreciation and the thank you. And then also it'll get to a point where maybe if things are a little bit slower, then we can have someone else hop on and we can have a conversation, and then that might lead for more people showing up, and then I can add another person, and then maybe we'll start evolving the channel. I'm never opposed to ideas, and I usually have these things that come into, I get inspiration and I just try to think of things, and I want to do it my way though. Cause a lot of channels, they already start off that way. They're like with a couple other people when they're like brand new doing a podcast, or they'll have like the stats from like ESPN on one side and then them in the corner. I just see a lot of channels like that. And I didn't really want to, I want to do it my way, but I think adding people, would be kind of a cool idea. And we got a lot of smart people. We have a good female fan base. We got fans that are 40 and up. So we're going to get some really smart, intelligent people. And we're also going to get people that are under 40 that are smart as well, that can give their insight and their vibes. But yeah, it's going to be sweet.
Welcome inside Studio One.
I still got some Iowa George Kittle here for you, but since Zini is in here, how long are you here for, Zini? You're only here for a couple minutes and you got to go? What you dipping into? You getting into a bottle or something? You're off work? You're gonna chill, relax, hang out with the cats and dogs with some wine or something? What's on the radar right now? Yeah, Darius has been great. So disrespected too. Still, even as like all pro bowl, you guys could be undefeated, and still there'd be haters out there that would be like, well, Darius Slay's not that good. I don't understand what it is. I think it's just ego hate. It's like cowboy hate. Like, you could be a good player, but if you wear the jersey of a team that certain people don't like or they have an issue with, then they don't even give credit when the guy's killing it. It's like, it's just ridiculous. But the real fans know. And, it's like one thing Eagle fans arguing with these other fans that are trying to get them baited. But, if it's someone like me that's not biased and I just keep it real, I mean, I see it. And so if I see it, then I know other people see it. But he's fucking fantastic. That's one cool thing about not being biased, that I can see excellence from every team. So that way I can vibe with every fan. There's not one person on planet Earth that I feel I can't vibe with, based off NFL fandom. Oh, you're a Lions fan? Okay. I have, all kinds of insight that I can go over that route from, back in the day with Herman Moore and, going with the Scotty Mitchell and the Barry Sanders, Wayne Fonts. I mean, or you want to go Megatron, we can go many, many avenues. But yeah, I love me some big play Slay. Ball hawk. And he's been good for quite some time. He's always had the swag, though. Look at this photo, him in Detroit. Detroit's absolute dog shit, right? But you could just tell that even though, like, Detroit, when they're dog shit, they'll still have legends. Barry, Megatron, Darius Slay. He looks good in that uniform. Lions got kind of a swaggy look. I'm not really into, like, blue uniforms. It's not really, like, my thing. But the blue and the gray is fucking swaggy as shit. It's, like, a lot better than blue and white. Like, the blue and the gray, that's fire, man. And the lion is dope on the helmet. Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson in the draft. Yeah. Yeah, but if you watch college football, he played at Michigan. And, yeah, I mean, he's just like one of the next big name guys, like a Joey Bosa or a Nick Bosa. And he played at Michigan, so getting drafted by the Lions, kept him home there. But he could have went number one, and I honestly think he should have went number one. But they went Trayvon Walker with the Jags, and he's still a really great, quarterback chaser. But I think if you look at a guy between that and this is a more of a pure, like, this guy's going to be probably a Hall of Famer. As long as he doesn't get hurt, he looks like his trajectory is like a Chase Young. Yeah, Chase Young got hurt, but as long as Chase Young can stay healthy, like a lot of these guys, Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, they have the talent. And especially if you can get, 10 to 20 sacks, that's a big deal in football. It's hard to get sack lunches nowadays. Yum, 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 yum. And yeah, he's awesome. He definitely should have went number one. But I think in his heart, well, maybe now, I don't know, because now you got two teams going in like actually good directions. It's like, okay, if I'm on the Jags now, Aiden Hutchinson's in the playoffs, but they almost made it. And the Lions are, I mean, somebody's got to be there to kind of turn around the Lions. And so someone has to be like a superstar, like a JJ Watt in the Texans. So that people will buy the jersey. They're like, this team, but at least they got this guy, and they're building around him. And eventually, yeah. So for my Cash App on here, so on my Cash App is just a $, and then it's on the ticker here down below, but it's just $ORION NWSF. So here, I'll show you. Yeah, but it is the Orion Mikulek. That is me. I'm the only Orion Mikulek that's out there. So yes. Yeah, but if you just do the $, it'll bring up the person there. And I always will have the NWSF on there too. So yeah, so this is me. And I always have it in the ticker. So, if people like, and obviously it's better there, just because obviously the fees with YouTube, it's like, if someone donates $100, I might get like 65 of that a month later. You know what I mean? So if you want to, everyone can support in other ways, but then if someone does 100 on Cash App, then maybe it's 99. So there's a big difference. You get $99 right now, and you can use that for your family or food or my puppy, or you do 100 on the super chat, which is still super appreciated, and then you just get like 65 of it, next month. So there's perks, and then obviously that can go towards like rent and other things, but it shows you how hard you have to work to kind of make up the difference and whatnot. Mike, my boy, how are you, dude? I was hoping that you were going to come in. NASCAR, 1 month away from NASCAR Daytona 500. I saw new photos of Kyle Busch and his car, and I was thinking of you. I saw it yesterday and the day before, and new Chase Elliott stuff as well. New recommended things that now are mandatory. The big one is underwear. So you got to make sure you're wearing the underwear in NASCAR. So that's definitely important. But I missed you, dude. How are you? We're probably going to be on here. Oh my gosh, you were so generous. You didn't have to do that. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Well, Candace with her first donation is a incredible one. You don't see too many people doing stuff like that, but thank you so much. I mean, I've had people that do first time donations of 99 cents, and it gets me giddy inside. And then sometimes you get people that are just so generous and they feel at home and they do 5 or they do 10 or 20 or 50 or 100 or 500 or Shepard did 1,300 like a week ago. That is mind-blowing. Even for someone to do 500, it really shows like, people are recognizing how hard I'm working, and that this is my full-time job. This is my income. But still, no matter how hard I work, how many videos or live streams I do, just the simple fact that someone in their heart would think of me to be able to support my dream in any way of any dollar amount, it means so much. Thank you so much. And that helps us get to our goal. Thank you so much. Candace Jones coming up big. Thank you, Candace. And I imagine this won't be the only one. And I appreciate you so tremendously for this. My goodness, Candace, you are, Candace is like, this is my first time. Sarah got me over here. I'm gonna come in here for my very first donation, right? Very first, not 1, not 2, not 5, not 10, not 20, not 30. And then you're starting going up in that upper stratosphere category. Thank you so much. And we got Zini Panini with a $15 dono, $60 dono for a first-time donator, which we've had 2 today. 1 for 5 and 1 for 60. That is just mind-blowing. And it really, almost wants to make me cry a little bit, because like I said, I worked so hard with this, but it really, for me, the money is great. The subs is great. The views is great, right? But the connection with the people, that's my favorite part, is being able to see you guys connect with each other, and then me being able to connect with you guys, and then us being able to go from being fans, to friends to fam, and just having a great support group, and building the females on the channel, also building the OGs, where half of the people that watch this channel now are 40 years old and up. And it used to be 18 to 24 was like, 80% of the people. So now it's really, we're getting more range of people. We're at almost 16% with the females when I was at 1%. So I mean, it means a lot, because I want to make sure I have a good variety of people, not just all girls, not all guys, and just to break the stereotypes and all the bullshit that like girls don't know football, or every guy of this fan base like thinks they know football. Like, every person is going to be different on different levels. But one thing that can't be matched is generosity, and I appreciate you tremendously. $60 dono. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack approves. Cactus Jack says thank you. Appreciate you, Candace, very much. And that is actually one of the highest donos that we've ever had for a first-time donator. We've had some big ones, 500, 1,300. But, I mean, even the $5 one was like, oh, my gosh, dude, $5? Really? You know what I mean? Because, some people will, and some people watch from afar. Some people don't. They just like to kind of watch and listen. But it's always better to communicate. Like, if you're going to communicate with anyone on YouTube, I'm the one, because I actually will listen. I care. And I actually will connect with you, and you never know. I mean, we end up vibing. I'll be able to pull up photos for you, and you actually build this connection, and you start to learn what that person loves, and then everyone else in the room can see what the person likes as well based off the photos. See, this is a big game plan for me to try to change the game on YouTube as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. $15 dono. Appreciate you. Zini, zini, zini. It's my zini panini. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. $15. Eagles fly. Eagles fly. Appreciate you, Zini Panini. You're the best. Appreciate you very, very much. Come through more often. And I know you work a lot, and I know you had some stresses. I feel that your life and my life, are different, but similar too. I think a lot of the people on the channel have gone through, depression or anxiety, or some of us have gone through certain types of form of addiction through either alcohol, harder stuff. And it's like when you kind of hit a point where you feel like low, right? But things are going to get better. But in that time period, you just feel like you're in the fucking gutter, and it's just like nothing is said to you. No actions that are done to or around you are going to make it better. But we're fucking fighters. We're fucking strong. And, if you're strong and you're smart and you hang around the right people, you can bounce back and you can really flourish. And, you just have to have the right people in your life, and you got to be able to cut out the bad ones. Even though, the person might be really cool, but you just know when you got bad people in your life that are going to make you want to do those things, or you party or spend money that you shouldn't be spending. And it's like you can have a great time every time with them. But when you wake up the next morning, you feel like shit, your bank account is empty, and then maybe it starts a pattern of depression or addiction or something worse. So I like having you here, so if you ever get to a point when you're not working and you just want to hop in, even just for like 5 minutes, trust me, there's a lot of people that, kind of go through the motions and they don't come here for a while, and then they stop in, and they were only planning on stopping in for like 5 minutes. They usually stay for 30 or an hour. And then once that is done, it's like therapy. And then you feel a little bit better, and then you connect with some awesome females in the room on top of that. I mean, and it's just, you want to get to a place where we can have like females come for sports, and then not have a bunch of pervy, dudes coming in and being like rude and crude and just, being pervy. It's like every channel, it's like, it's all dudes, most of it. Right. And there's a reason why there's girls don't really associate on a lot of channels that are related to sports, because you got a lot of that pervy behavior. I'm not a fucking idiot. So that's why I'm trying to regulate shit. So that way that pervy shit don't happen. And that way that we can actually grow this fan base and actually have fun as a group, which that's what it's supposed to be. Black, white, Asian, Mexican, girl, guy, gay, straight. I don't care, and that's what I'm trying to build here. And, yeah, man, it's like there's always certain people in my life that I will always connect to. And if you've ever gotten a personal message from me or a gift from me, obviously that the connection and the bond is real. Just because I might be, somebody like a host, on a show, that doesn't mean that I'm not actually a real person that you can actually feel a connection to. And keep going, keep fighting. Things are going to get better. And like I said, everyone can make it out on the other side if you're strong-willed and you're mentally strong. And you just have to remind yourself that you are mentally strong. You've been worse. Everyone has gotten to a point, this is I'm at the worst point of my life. Well, you look back maybe before a year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Chances are there's probably a moment where you were maybe even worse, but it just feels worse now. But I hope everything is going good mentally for you. And I know the Eagles are going to win, and that's going to make you happy. And unfortunate when you ended up going to the game and you got the amazing tickets. That's the game that the Eagles fucking shit the bed. So I know moving forward, we're going to be able to get this Eagles win tomorrow, and that'll make up for that. Experience was still great, but obviously when you went to go see your team, you don't want to see your team fucking lose. And that's the only thing I was thinking about when you were at the game. I was so excited for you, but then I was like, I was like, you got to be kidding me. It's like you plan something, you're spending the money, you're getting the jersey, you're going to be drinking, you're going to be eating, you're going to have a great time. And the last thing you want to see is like a game where you probably should win, and then just weird shit starts happening and you start playing not up to par, and, but at least you got to go. And again, I've gone to a bunch of sporting events, and sometimes even the losing sporting events are really fucking memorable, especially depending on who you're there with or what you ate, what you bought, any memorabilia. So even in like a losing effort, you can still have great memories. And like I said, you're not going to be able to win them all, but I know you're going to be able to win tomorrow, and that'll make up for it too. So appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. $81. Thank you. And we were sitting at like $5-6. So it shows you just a couple people can make a difference. And, another big thing too, is that, I have guys that are pretty consistent that'll donate, but a lot of the females we build this connection, and they're a big part of this channel. And there's a reason why, I really appreciate you guys, because like I said, it's hard enough to be able to get, people not to argue and fight, let alone to be able to get, a lot of quality females into a particular room and have everyone feel comfortable and not anybody being like weirded out. You know what I mean? Like, we can all be friends and, things happen, but you guys know what I'm talking about on like some of the other channels, and we regulate pretty quick here, so we don't have to really worry about that. I'm so ready for Daytona, man. I am ready. Let me put up a Kyle Busch here for you. And then Zini, I need to get some names for photos. Candace, I need some names for photos. So please let me know what you want for photos there. And I got you. Cyberpunk coming through with a dono as well. Thank you so much, Cyber. You're great. You're amazing. I need photos for you. So I just like to be able to it's like to be able to cater to all of you. It's just one of those things that keeps me busy, and I just like making you guys happy. I just like being able to see what you like, because if I know that you have passion for something, chances are that passion will rub off on me, and I'll start following that person a little more than I did, like Kyle Busch. Ever since I met Mike, this is something now where I'm going to be all over Kyle Busch information, Kyle Busch car status, Kyle Busch memorabilia. It's cool when you meet someone and they have that impact on you, and you guys are a great group, and I just love to be able to share the things that you guys love on the screen rather than just what I like, because the channel is for you guys. It's not just for me to spout off 24/7. So add to finish off a gift card, $10 holla. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're so good to me. Let me know what you want for photos. Zini Panini. Appreciate you. $10 holla. Cyberpunk with the dono too. Thank you. Bang, bang. You guys are great. And it's like I said, it's not normal results to have 20 people or less and to be able to do this full time, but it really truly does show you the corniness of, it's just quality over quantity. I mean, it's, you can have 7 people in the room and you can be on the same level with someone that's got 100 people or 1,000 people in the room. It really makes me feel so good. And I love you guys, from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you. Life is good when I have you guys in my life, and it's just cool to be able to vibe with others that are like me, just across, the country or across the globe. Because I don't really have a lot of sport fans that are like me. Marcos is like me. Marcos is fucking insane. Marcos is like me too, because like he'll get bored, and then instead of like, just, drinking or doing, maybe he'll find some random, no-name football game to turn on. You know what I mean? He's like me. Like every once in a while, it's like, you get to a point where, you can watch a movie or play video games or watch a show, but sometimes we're just off, watching a random baseball game. We have no reason to be watching the game, but, he'll message, "Are you watching?" "Yeah, I'm watching it, dude," and sometimes that's just how it goes. It's a good connection with the hardcore. And obviously he watches the Seahawks. He goes to the Beaver games. And it's really cool to see the Beavers like playing good now. And then with Ukulele going over, holy shit, I might actually go to Corvallis to go see him play. Like, I mean, obviously it would be like Civil War if I do Oregon State, but I think I might try to go with Marcos just to spy a little bit and check out some of this Oregon State talent, because they are now starting to get better and more recognized. And that's cool. Now we got Oregon and Oregon State that are actually not dog shit. That's pretty cool. And I root for them just when they're not playing Oregon. So 91, let's get to a hundo, and we're over that. Oh my gosh, that would be awesome. Hell yeah, you should. Oh, she is. I mean, I made her my lead mod, and I needed to have someone that I could trust, someone that I felt that was on a similar level to me with reading and film and passion and following a lot of things, and not only the love for the NFL, but college football, check, wrestling, check, and just everything as a whole, and baseball. And it's just, sometimes you just know. And I think there was maybe 2 or 3 people that are probably qualified to be my lead mod. But with some of the others, I think that they have so much going on in their lives that it would be impossible for them to dedicate every day to me. And I don't blame them, at all. And I think that sometimes you just have the right person at the right time. And I'm just so blessed because, like I said, it's much better to be able to have someone, manage the chat and the donos instead of me saying, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button, donate. And that's what I had to do before, because when you don't have a whole lot of people in the room, sometimes people just get into a trance and they just listen to you and they watch you. And all of a sudden you're like 3 hours in and you're at like nothing, or you're, at like $1. So it's like, if you're trying to be able to make the right adjustments, being able to have help and have the right help with the right people, and having Sarah and then having Johnny with the thumbs, that's been able to take the channel the next step. And it's just really exciting to see where we're going to go. And, it's all about being a quality person. And, if you can have quality people associate with quality people, it's like we're in a VIP room in a fancy restaurant. It's like not anyone and everyone is going to be able to be with the click. It's something that's earned. But once you are in, it's a very special group. And yeah, I really appreciate the people. And there's even people that aren't mods that are really special to me. And I would make them a mod. But again, I can't have 30 mods when if I have like 20 people or less in a stream and I have 30 mods, not all of them are going to show up. And that's ridiculous. Until I get to a point where I need, a bigger amount, then I can expand a little bit. But even at this point, I probably have like 5 too many, but I have to reward the people that I feel that deserve to have that position. And so I think right now we have like 10 or 11, but I don't have everyone here all the time. So it actually works out. Sometimes we'll have all of them in the room. Sometimes we'll have 1 in the room. Sometimes we'll have 3 in the room, and sometimes people stop in and they leave. So, but absolutely, I agree. A lot of the females on the channel are the best, and everyone is so different. And I've gotten to get to know, about 5 or 6 of y'all pretty good. And yeah, it makes me feel good just to be at, where I was at with 99% dudes, 1% female. And now for me in like a year to build it to almost 16%, that's a big fucking increase. And not only that, really good people. And on top of that, caring people that are supporting, people are trying to help me win and really genuinely support my dream. And it means everything. And the guys that are a part of this channel, you already know who you are, the ones that make the difference. I mean, Cyberpunk, I wouldn't be able to do this channel full time without someone like him or Holly, and that's fact. So shout out to you guys. You guys are the best. Oh, did you send me a photo? And Cyberpunk with a dono, $59 dono from our boy Cyberpunk. Thank you, Cyber. You the man. I'm a little disappointed. I was going to buy him that $150 Mahomes jersey, but it's fucking sold out. I've been thinking about buying this item for him to show love and appreciation back, for months now. And then I finally felt like, okay, I'm right at the right point where I got the bills paid. I got a huge dono last week from Shep, $1,300 to break the record. Unbelievable. Right now, the record's like 1527. And I think we had like 10 people in the room. That's fucking insane. And I think when we had the previous record of 1320, I think we had like 15 in the room. So it shows you it's quality over quantity. But yeah, it's sold out. So I'll have to figure it out. We'll wait on that. Cyberpunk with a $59 dono. And I will pull up the photo here for you, Zini, in 1 second. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. $60, $59. Cactus Jack says, bang, bang, $59 dono. You're the fucking man, boy. All right, let's go back here. So I got here with the gift card, and then here, and then I got to pull up my Twitter. Okay, let's see what we got here. Cyberpunk, thank you so much. I got some photos for you. Oh, I got all kinds of messages on my Twitter. Twitter. Jameis Ameza, thank you for supporting. I recognize everyone. Eagles John as well. Rich Bashasha, Brian Callahan, and Dan Quinn for Jim Irsay. That's from Sarah. That's funny. Hold on here. All right, so I got to save it, and then I got to crop it, and then I'm going to send it to Sarah, and then I'll put it up on here. These are the things that you have to do as like a streamer and a YouTube. You have to be so like good with technology. Thank God I'm half Asian. Thank God that my mom is 100% Japanese and gave me the brain. You know what I mean? Like I got all kinds of like work ethic stuff from my dad, and my dad is a teacher and he's a smart guy, but to get my mom's Japanese genes in here with that, man, you have to really, and there's a reason why there's a lot of people that don't do everything on a channel, because some people are better at computer graphics and making thumbs and editing. And it's like, you can be good at certain things, but there's always going to be someone else out there that has that eye, just like Johnny. And I'm so blessed to have someone like that, to be able to help as well. So, okay, here, I got to go to the photo. Now I got to crop it. Did I crop it? What happened there? Hold on. Okay, there's that. Okay, there we go. The things I have to do for the internets, huh? Then Preston was asking about my shoe size. So I don't know if that means that he's already bought me some shoes, or he's trying to buy me shoes or something. you always know, you can always tell when people ask you certain questions what's going on, or it's like, oh, we're just, it's like you ask someone about their shoe, or like, it's like obviously they have something in mind, or they either saw something cool, or they want to lead you towards something, or some kind of gift or something. All right, Sarah. And then hold on. I have to go to the photo, and I have to actually, okay, here we go. And then I got to get the little tool, and then I got to go down. It's just like editing on the fly. Okay, here, save. Okay, now it's the correct size, and it's branched off. Then I open up Twitter, Sarah, picture, modified, boom, sent, go to my computer, Twitter, close out of Cyberpunk, photo, Sarah, grab it, pull it to the desktop, go over, click some buttons, find the file, look at you, say hello, and then bing bong. There it is. So you just, you gotta know what you're doing. I'm excited, man. And it's cool that it ends up being like the matchups, like whether we get Dallas Eagles in the next round, if we get that, but NFC East football is awesome. I've liked it ever since I was a little kid. It's just whenever you see certain teams that hate each other that much, and especially when they actually have good football teams, it just takes it to a whole nother level. But I actually enjoy them even when all the teams suck. It's just that type of style of football. It's just, I don't know. It kind of like every team that plays, you feel like they embody their city and their coach and the style of play. And you already know the Cowboys get all the hate, but it's kind of cool to see the direction of, Philly and how they've gotten better, over the hump with the Philly. Now we're seeing the Giants and Daboll, and, he had success with Josh Allen being the OC, and now he's being great. Obviously they're in New York and Washington. They don't have all of the right pieces, ownership, GM, coaches, they're all fucked, right? But Washington has talent, and that's why we can never take them for granted. Yeah, sometimes they look like shit and they lose by 30, but sometimes they'll play a contender and win by like 10, and you're like, how? And then you look at their roster and you're like, damn, they actually do have some good players, Alabama players, Chase Young, scary Terry McLaurin. So I've always enjoyed the NFC East a lot, and yeah, this is going to be fun. This is definitely going to be fun, and I'm ready. I'm ready. I know, me too. Hey, no worries. You take care of you. You've already donated more to me in like maybe a year or 6 month period than most people will in a lifetime. So, there's been times where you single-handedly did a dono train on a stream and saved us from having, a stream with that, like maybe like a $4 or $5. And you've helped us get to like 100 or 150 like that. That's not something that not every single person would do, or even if they had the funds to do it, would do it. So you take care of your health. You take care of you, and once NASCAR comes up, if everything lines up and you can do it again, great. If not, there'll be someone else that steps up until the time is right. I just want to be able to hang out with you and talk NASCAR. Honestly, that's what I want to do. I just want to watch every race, and I'm more excited for NASCAR to start than for the playoffs in the Super Bowl. No lie. I'm more excited for MLB to start I'm really excited about what's happening because the games now are going to be really, really good. Even if tomorrow the games end up being a little bit of a blowout, right? But it's going to, like the way that the teams are lining up, we might really have a great AFC, NFC Super Bowl for the first time in a while. So you never know. Dr. Kitty in the building. How are you?
This is like a little splash of sunshine. Everybody wants to feel like you're appreciated and you're cared about. That simple note has had such a big impact. I write notes on receipts now. That's amazing.
I love the photo. You know what's really crazy? On Twitter, I've been watching music videos. It's not like videos, but it's like people performing. And I saw like the Monkees. So like they had the Beatles back in the day, but they had like the Monkees. And I remember like watching that back when I was like a kid and just seeing certain people perform from the 80s. And just doing like their little performances and the way that they would dance in the 80s and the way they would move their body. It's almost like that photo right there kind of reminds me of that, like workout videos, you know, when you would see the people in the spandex, and it's like, it's just so 80s, 90s with the colors and the way that they danced and the music videos. And then obviously you get older stuff from like the 50s, 60s, 70s, you know, in that time period where I'm seeing people perform. But I don't know, it's been coming up on my timeline and I found myself like clicking on it and then like listening to it for a little bit. And then I'm like, oh, I'm done. But then I find myself like wanting to go back. And, you know, there's just, it doesn't matter what the artist is, but there's so many of those like iconic, hard to describe songs from the 80s and 90s of kind of like I don't really know how to describe it, poppy, like kind of pop, like catchy, like songs where you see the people in like the old videos in the clubs and they're all, you know, dancing all crazy. Dr. Kitty, we love you. We appreciate you. And I'm ready. I'm ready for tomorrow. Like I said, went through, you know, a lot of the injury report. We had some first-time donators on here, which was awesome too today. 1 for $5 and 1 for $60. The female audience is almost at 16% on the channel when it was at 1% like last year. So I have a lot of positive things going, even though maybe we're not at 20,000 yet, or 25, and maybe we're not at 50 people in the room or 100 people in the room yet. I mean, those things are, you know, they don't matter. You know, it's just about building the right people at the right time, and this is just what's meant for us. And I'm really happy to be able to spend time with you guys like that. And I was looking at the injury report here. So we have Matisic and then Brandon Scherf and then Trevor Lawrence, Jamal Agnew, and Kendrick Pryor, all questionable. Lawrence is playing, so these guys will probably all play. And then for Kansas City, McCole Hardman is out. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, IR. Jody Fortson, IR. I did like Jody, but they have Noah Gray at tight end, so they'll be fine. The games could be semi-close. Probably the Chief-Jag game has a better chance of being between 3 and 7 points than the Giants and the Eagles. That one is probably closer to 7 to 10 points or 7 to 14, unless Saquon Barkley can run for over 100 and like 2 tutties, and Daniel Jones plays the game of his life, and he channels in his inner Eli, and then Dexter Lawrence and Kayvon Thibodeau are getting sack lunches, yum, 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 and Jalen is hurt more than he let on. Then maybe we have a little bit closer of a game, but I think too much Philadelphia, too much Kansas City. But the one thing that we were talking about before, that the Bengals injury report revealed that we have 2 major injuries on the Bengals line, and I might have to flip my pick now. I'm still going to be rooting for Joe Burrow and the Bengals. But as far as me trying to pick like with my head and not my heart and not be biased, you can't have people get hurt and then just act like it doesn't matter. And the injury report came out, and I saw it on Twitter, and Sarah sent it because we're always on information. And left tackle Jonah Williams, right guard Alex Kappa, the former Buccaneer, are out. So if I'm always preaching O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, not quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, they did go all the way to the Super Bowl and almost win with no offensive line. The offensive line is better this year, but now you have 2 injuries. So where are you compared to where you were last year? You know, and can Joe Burrow still, with no offensive line, beat the Bills? Yes, he can. But now I might have to flip my pick and just try to be smart about it. You know what I mean? Like, I can still be like, I like Burrow more. I'm always going to be a Burrow guy over Allen, even though I respect Allen. I just like Burrow and Mahomes better. That's just how it is. Maybe Allen will grow on me as they do better, but just a lot of mistakes and a lot of forcing the football, a lot of turnovers. And I like guys that don't turn over the football. And it's just Josh Allen plays a little bit more reckless. And I know like a lot of people like that style, But I prefer someone that is not going to be as reckless that I can count on in the fourth quarter to not fuck up or throw a pick or fumble the football, and that's more Mahomes and Burrow. Mahomes is Mahomes. Burrow is Joe Montana. I don't really know who Josh Allen compares to. Josh Allen is kind of a one of one, because he can run like a Cam Newton in his prime, but better. But just the arm strength is there, but the accuracy for Burrow and Mahomes, that's the difference. And I like accuracy, completion percentage, and I like trust. And I don't trust Josh Allen, but I trust Mahomes and I trust Burrow. I think that's the easiest way to put it. So, yes. I think we all like the Dr. Kitty better. Glad to have you here. Thank you guys so much. Let me know what you want to do for photos for all the people that donated. And we had quite a few that did. Candace did her first donation to the channel. And it wasn't even for like $1 or $5, which we did get one from Max earlier today, which was awesome. But she ended up doing $60. That's a lot for a first-time donator, It's a special thing there. It means a lot. It's like Holly, when the raid happened. I mean, we got, I think it was $320 from her, like half of what I got. And that was the most I ever got from any type of donation from any individual or ever, so, sometimes people come into your life and sometimes they go, but sometimes they stay. And we have a good thing here going. That's big fact. $60 dono, $15. Appreciate you. $10. Glad to have you guys in the room. Bottom line, it's just great to be able to see you guys interact with each other. And it's nice when we can have a good group of people. And hell, if it ends up being me and 6 other females or 8 other females in here and no one's catty and we can just have a good time talking football and then we get a couple dudes to come in, I'm cool with that. I could, the more females that I can get to this channel, the better. Again, my goal eventually is try to get 40%. And that's a little being crazy. But I know we're at like 15, 16% now. I know we can get it to 20. And then once we go to 20, my goal will be 30. And that's going to be aggressive because it's, I'm not doing makeup tutorials here. You know what I mean? So, I know there's a lot of female fans that, are on YouTube and they are out there, but also there's a lot that aren't, that they just watch the games or don't watch the games at all. But, if I can get it to 40% before I die, that's like kind of the goal. That would be like true bliss for me to be able to have that many guys, but then that many girls, and we could all interact. And then there's no like creepiness or perviness or people feel awkward here or unsafe. Like, we just want to be able to talk football, talk sports, talk life, and be able to hang out together. And that's facts. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Okay, I got you. All right, let's get Candace some 49er photos. You want past or present or a little both? I'll do a little bit of both. And like I said, if I wasn't a Tampa fan, I would be a Niner fan. I mean, it probably would have came down to if Dion would have re-signed with 49ers after winning the Super Bowl in 94. I was 12 and I was on the cusp of choosing my team. And prior to that point, from maybe like 5 years old to 12 years old, the Niners were like, that was a big influence in my life. And another part of it was that my friend Jake that I grew up with, where I would go to his house and his dad would work on Novas and they had the Hot Wheel collection, the starting lineup collection. It was the only kid in my neighborhood, in my school that had more shit than me. He had more toys. He had more fucking starting lineups. He had better baseball cards than me. Like he had like everything better than me. And we would always link up and, play video games together. He'd come to my house, but normally I would go to his. So we would, I could look at his stuff. I was like, dude, your stuff is so cool. And he was a hardcore Niner fan, Giant fan, still to this day. And that rubbed off on me, spending so much time with him and also watching, on Monday Night Football. And it was Joe Montana, Jerry Rice. I mean, for a little kid, does it get any better than that? I mean, it doesn't. Besides like, Bo Jackson, which it was for me, Barry Sanders, and then Dion. Those were like my main ones. And then Derek Thomas. So those would probably be my like 6 that were like the most influential, back when I was growing up. I mean, I watched a lot back then for sure. Lots of card collecting too, but let me delete some of these photos, give Mike a little Kyle Busch, and let's delete some of these other photos. A big play slave for Zini. And let's get Candace some old and new. Let's get some greatness here. And then I'll go kind of down the list with everyone and we'll get everyone taken care of. I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited for Sunday. I'm just glad I'm not fucking in that depressed anxiety mode. And I feel like myself. It's like my brain chemicals. I mean, it's like, I don't see a therapist. I'm not on like medical, things, the antidepressants or anything. A lot of times I feel if I just like exercise and then I if I have to go to the dispensary, I know if I do that, that'll make things better. I don't really need to go anything above and beyond that. Eventually, if I get in the hole with the mental health, you just have to be able to, know what will get you out, and don't feel sorry for yourself, and don't alienate yourself. Don't be in the fucking dark, watching, the same fucking shows over and over and over. You got to have the lights, you got to have brightness, you have to have sun, you have to be able to have that motivation instead of, going back to caveman days. And that's sometimes what I do. I'm like, fuck, my life sucks right now. And all the lights are off. I'm fucking in the dark. I'm watching, Simpsons or what was show. I'm all like huddled up, like I'm just like in some caveman cave. But I mean, sometimes that's how we feel, right? I mean, sometimes we like it just to be dark and we want to just be by ourselves or with our cats or dogs. And I don't want to fucking talk to anybody or message anyone. I just want to watch my programs and, be in that mode. And sometimes you want to be better, but it takes time. So what do we think the mystery illness is?
So there's a stat that I saw. Players in the history of the NBA who were 35 and older that scored 45 points or more. LeBron James done it 5 times.
I got some comments to catch up on here, but one sec.
Everyone else in NBA history once.
We got the Joe Montana.
That's impressive. Tyus Jones, out of 3. Jones, 4 for 4 from downtown. He's got 12 points in 12 minutes. I'm going to go out on a limb and say LeBron's going to do it again. Yes.
88-75, Memphis on top of the Lakers, John Morant and LeBron. Not really into the NBA, but again, as much as I say I hate the NBA, if I have nothing else on, I've already finished watching something, maybe I'll tune in the background. Yeah, but Joe Montana and Jerry Rice were very influential in my NFL fandom growing up, no doubt. I have a lot of memorabilia of 49er players, like lots of memorabilia. Like I even had a Jerry Rice autographed football and rookie card and some figures that I sold to a friend that was a Niner fan because I had another couple friend, my friend Jamie and Joey, and they were going to get evicted. So I sold my Rice football, and it was like authentic, with the photo and everything, and rookie card and a couple starting lineup and like McFarland figures, and I didn't really want to sell it, you know what I mean? It was like worth about $400 or $500, but I figured if I could help them not get evicted, and no one else was going to help them. So I was like, I didn't have money from people on the channel to do it at the time. So I was like, I'm going to do that. And at least I know that stuff went to a good home because it's another guy that I used to work with and do phone sales with. And he's like the ultimate Niner fan. And I know he won't sell it. Like, I know he's going to cherish that stuff like until he dies. Like he's not going to, there will never be a moment where he'll consider selling it. And if he does, he would probably try to sell it back to me so I could buy it if he needed money or something. But I mean, of course I would love to have that stuff back, but it was kind of cool to be able to pass that along to someone else and help someone in the time of need, and that's what we do here. Not everyone is going to do something like that, but what's a Jerry Rice football in a case going to do for me when someone else might be on the fucking streets? It's like, sometimes you have to be able to understand that the material things that we love and the material things that we think we can't live without at the point where you feel things are really at their lowest, that shit don't matter. Being able to, and they also have a young boy. That was a big part of it too. Augie. So at that point, I think he was like 1 or 2. And I was like, oh, hell no, I'm not letting that happen. And I'm pretty close with both of them. They, as far as like a couple, they're both Latino. They are the funniest couple I've ever met. Like they are just comedians, like so hilarious with their one-liners and impressions. Every time I go over there, I fucking laugh like a mother. I don't laugh often with a lot of my friends unless it's like, depending if it's like me and Justin or Preston, we can go into our own little, modes and like little funny sayings and mannerisms from, back in the day. We have our own little kind of language and whatnot, from all the memories that we've had, right? All the shit that we've done together in the past. But yeah, man, it's crazy. It is crazy. All right, let me scroll down here. All right, so we got the Joe Montana. We got Jerry Rice. We got a George Kittle. And then I'll go through the rest of the photos with you guys. Yeah, but I think it's just good karma. If you brought up a certain way, and you do good things for good people, and then when you're in trouble, and you need help, things will happen. You'll it's like you're in a better position if you work in karma's favor than against. And it's just nice to be able to, pass along some of my stuff. And honestly, you know, with a lot of my collectibles, I've been collecting for 35 years. I've probably given away for free 25% of my collection. Like, no lie. Like, because I find someone that I'm friends with or I meet, and I know they're a fan of, you know, this particular person or team. And, you know, if I know that they're not going to sell it for like money and it'll be a cool thing they can have forever, I don't mind letting go of some of the expensive stuff that I bought in the past, because all the stuff that I have, it's just piling up. You know what I mean? I don't get to look at it every day like I used to. So if I know I can kind of pass along some of my personality and collectibles to another person, it makes me feel good. It's like I'm passing a little bit of that greatness of that toy to someone else to enjoy, or you know, PSA card or old Sports Illustrated, whatever it is. Like, I actually found my Sports Illustrated box. Holy shit! I have probably 100 to 200 collectible starting lineups from like the 60s all the way to like the 90s. Jordans and Pele's and Mike Tyson's and Wilt Chamberlain's. I mean, just all kinds of crazy stuff. I was like, where is my fucking box at? And then I looked and I got plastic sleeves on all of them. And so, because my dad used to work for Canby High School, and some of them would have marker on them, right? But the high school was just going to throw them out. And so, like, my dad had like 4 or 5 boxes, and I already knew that some of them were worth money. Like a lot of those old Sports Illustrateds, I mean, you could sell them on eBay for like $5, $10 if they're in better condition, $15, $20 for like a magazine that's old, you know. And there was boxes on boxes, so I didn't get to keep all of them, but I had to go through every single one to look at the covers. And so if it was, you know, a NASCAR guy, or if it was a golf, or, you know, Jack Nicklaus, like I had to make sure I grabbed every single one, because you don't want to leave money behind. And I ended up getting like, you know, quite a bit. And then I also collected, and then I had my grandma and grandpa who passed away. They did the Sports Illustrated collection in the prime 90s and 80s era with Jordan. So I got all of that stuff from them for free. Yeah, so that whole collection with all that stuff in almost every magazine in there is minimum of $5, but most of them are, you know, someone would definitely pay like 10 or 12. Like if, you know, if I had like a garage sale and someone walked by and saw a 70 Sports Illustrated, yeah, it might have a little bit of writing in it. And the cool thing is, in some of them, you actually open it up in the back and it actually has the checkout list, and you can see the name like Mitchell Smith, 1973. You checked it in, and it's got the signature. So you can actually see like who actually like checked the books out back in the day. Pretty cool. And most of the pages aren't really ruined. You know, they had the marker on the front of it where they wrote like the date. Sometimes the librarian said that, wish they didn't do that. Then it would be worth a hell of a lot more money on some of those issues. But if I ever see a piece of history going to be thrown away, I'm like American Pickers. I will save that bitch. I will, you know, do whatever I can to save it, because I don't want that to go away. Plus, it's good history. And when you flip through the pages, you see like the old car ads. You buy a car for $8.99. Cigarettes, Marlboro. Like it takes you back from back in the day. It's awesome. It's a little piece of my history there.
That performance was legendary. They just piled it on. Roast beef, ham, oven roasted turkey.
Yeah, but letting it go of that Jerry Rice ball, the PSA 8 rookie card from 1986 tops, and then a couple of figures that were pretty collectible from the starting lineup series. And I still have my most expensive one that I wasn't going to give him a part of the deal. I have a Chase figure that's worth like a couple hundred, where it was when Jerry Rice was on the Raiders, right? But they made a 49er version, and then they had one where it was really rare, and one of them had a gold belt or a tan belt or a black belt. And depending on which one you had, I think the tan belt one is worth like, you know, 300 or 350. And then the black belt one is worth like 200. And that's the one that I have. But I tried to get the tan belt one, but I couldn't see myself paying an extra 100 just for that, you know, feature. But, you know, if a collectible is rare, that's how it works. So the good old days. All right, I'm going to go back through the comments here and get caught up. And just let me know if there's any photos, anything else that from everyone, Candace and Zini and Cyberpunk, everyone, just let me know. And I promise I will not skip it. And yes, she is. And we went over that earlier. She is the best. Got a lot of awesome people in this room. I mean, they were having all these like old legends. Yeah, that would be awesome if Red Farmer was there. I know you would love that. Yeah, it's cool too because a lot of times the people in the room dictate the tempo and the channel and the vibe, you know what I mean? But for like us, it's like we control it. Like we don't let anyone come in here and try to take over. It don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be some kind of chat etiquette or level of respect. But so Zini says she was the 1%. Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, I know you watched some of the reaction videos, and I know you were one of the OGs. I mean, some people have been with me since the beginning, since like 2017. I mean, I was doing recordings on other platforms, Facebook and other stuff from like 2013 to 2017, and then finally did the YouTube thing. But hey, we're growing, and actually some of the best relationship and vibes and just good connection I have with that fan base, with the female fan base. I mean, I got some really good bonds with the bros like Shep and Odin's child, Odin's son, and Chief Will Chief. I mean, and Mr. Williams. I mean, I can go Cyberpunk. I can go up and down, like all down the list. So. Dr. Kitty. Yes, I really wanted to get that. Really wanted to get that for him, but it's sold out. So, but we're gonna wait. But eventually, maybe the three of us will all have matching Bo Jackson jerseys. One of these days, because I know Cyberpunk is going to end up getting one for me. Holly, you'll probably end up getting one for me, and you know what? Maybe I'll get one for me because I mean, knowing me, I'd probably end up getting both at some point. But of course, I want to put you guys first. But if I'm going to get one bow, like kind of the turquoise teal, I have to buy the white one. There's no alternate reality where I only have one Bo Jackson jersey. If I already got a couple Griffies, right, like 3 or 4, I got to have both bows because sometimes I'm going to be in that white swaggy mode where the white pops and it always looks good. But sometimes that color, of the bluish, the teal, that Royals blue, beautiful color. And what a cool number, 16. I mean, it's like you wear that and everyone will look. It's just like one of those like eye-popping jerseys that brings you back to the George Brett Saberhagen, era or even further back. So. He said, I give to text more people. He said, oh, dog, you got it, dude. This is exciting. I wish I lived or was like rich and I could maybe one day, like I could visit each person. Like, okay, boom, Mike, we're going to NASCAR. All right, boom, Sarah, we're going to Iowa game. Okay, boom, Odin's son, we're going to go to a wrestling event. Like, boom, Dr. Kitty, we're going Chiefs game. Like at some point it's going to be really cool because I want to be able to experience that energy. And that's what it is really for me is I like to feel the energy of the crowd, whether it's wrestling or football or NASCAR or the event. I live for that. Like some people live for like the skydiving and the thrill. I live for connection with people and the passion and energy wherever I go. And so that's why I feel that even though I'm 40, that I have this, I'm like Raiden in Mortal Kombat. I feel like, I got that energy and that electricity flowing through me. And I just always have that young, excited mindset. And I just love the energy. And I feel like when you go to those energy type events, it revitalizes your soul. Kind of like when you go to the beach or you go camping or you go somewhere to get away, like a mini vacay. Like I need that in my life. And when I don't have that, like when we had COVID and I wasn't able to see the Ducks, that shit killed my soul a little bit. Like I need to be there. I don't need to be there every game, but usually it was a few times a year. But yeah, I haven't been able to go through, and I think that's a big piece of. I need to get that back. I need to go, but also when you're doing this full time, and I can always call the game and do that, but sometimes just being at the game, interacting with different people, and just being around that energy, you can't put a price on that unless you're a part of something like that, or if you've ever sat front row or top 20 rows or 100 level anywhere ever, then you understand. Like, and the closer you get, the crazier the experience is. Like I've given people front row Duck experiences where they like can't even go to games anymore. They're like, they'll go, but then it's like it's one thing if you're sitting in the 80th row and then all of a sudden I take you and we're in the front row. Like you're never gonna forget that. But I love to be able to break people in and show them what it's like close up because it's a different vibe. Like you'll have different sections with the parents and the college kids, but if you can find that sweet spot where you can be on TV be near the cheerleaders and the players, and get on the Duck Vision board and possibly on like ESPN or ABC, and the Pac-12 photographers are down there. There's a lot of stuff that I was blessed enough to be close enough to be like published and have some stuff like be in some of their promo videos. Like, after a game is over, then they like do like a promo video to show like a recap of like a minute or 2 minutes. Like then it shows like people in the crowd. I've been in those quite a bit too. And then it's a cool thing to see like yourself, like they picked you out of everyone. But of course I know what to wear. It's like, if you got the chain and you got the gloves, they're looking for those people first. So it's like, and then plus a lot of people don't own those things either. So it's like they can only span the crowd and look, and hopefully they have someone that does have the gloves or the chain that's in the first 5 rows. So that way, if they zoom in, they're like, okay, boom, they're right there. So 1979 book called Arnold, Body Shaping for Women. I love it. £3 dumbbells. Yeah. And I think a lot of part of it too is just making sure that if you have gratitude in life, the most inspirational person that I listen to right now, and it's like I don't go out of my way to listen to him, but a lot of the stuff that he says really resonates with me, is Steve Harvey. So I don't follow necessarily, I think, Steve Harvey on Twitter, but a lot of his stuff will come up in my timeline from other people I follow that liked his post, and then it'll come up there. But he talks a lot about where he was, and all the different struggles that he had, even living in a car and being homeless for a period of time. But just, having the belief, and then also you have to kind of recalibrate yourself, and you have to make sure that you have to have a good mindset, because if you don't believe in yourself and you don't think that you're going to be able to go certain, ways or have certain things get accomplished, it's never going to happen. A lot of it has to do up here, but a lot of times we are our own enemy and we talk ourselves, out of certain things. But a lot of the videos that he has is him talking in front of a group, or during the Steve, Harvey Family Feud, like cut scenes before and after, talking to the audience and also talking to friends and family. But a lot of the stuff is mindset and gratitude. And I feel that I'm that way. And I feel I kind of connected with a lot of the stuff that he said. And he's gone through a lot of stuff in his life, but he's a really smart guy. So if you ever get bored, go to Twitter, follow Steve Harvey. He usually will post, 3 or 4 times a day. His regimen on what he does for the shows and how hard he works. I mean, he's the type of guy that does like 12 to 16-hour days, and he's on a regimen like The Rock for all the different shows and podcasts and family stuff that he does. I mean, he's a routine guy, but I can really respect those guys that, take a routine to the maximum. But you have to make sure that you're okay here first before anything. But he talks a lot about, showing the gratitude and thinking differently. And, it's like he was talking about a scenario about how many times have you, had an idea that you thought was brilliant and really good, right? But you told it to your friends or your family and they shot it down because they're not like you. They're not idea people. They can't see themselves completing the mission, so they're going to think that if they can't do it, you can't do it. And he's so right. I mean, there's so many times if you're not around like-minded individuals and you're telling things that they can't comprehend, you know what I mean? It's not the right, people. It's like bottled water. You can get it for $1. You can go to a game, it can be $10. You can go to another performance, it can be $30. There's different value at the location, and sometimes you have to know where you're going to be appreciated the most. So, you can have something that be a different price at a different place, but you also have to be smart enough to know where to be able to put yourself. And I put myself on Facebook and other platforms early, and I should have went to YouTube immediately, but I wasn't ready. You know what I mean? But sometimes you have to go through those trials and tribulations to understand it's a journey, and you have to be able to enjoy the journey instead of just thinking about, I'm going to have, money and fame and notoriety, and I'm going to leave my legacy. Sometimes it's about how you get to the destination, which is the real journey, but you don't realize it until it's too late. And just to be able to have the connections, with you guys is so awesome. I appreciate you guys tremendously. But yeah, if you guys are looking for a pick-me-up, that's the best one that I've seen on Twitter as far as a real person that goes through. And his stuff is like, that he has like recorded through his team of him just talking to like the cast, the crew, the audience, before Family Feud, after, at his house. It's really cool, real shit, like really motivational too. And I just respect grinders, and you just have to be able to hear it from different people's mouths. Sometimes you think of things, but you need to hear it from someone else. And it was really comforting, and it's really helped me in the last couple weeks. So if you guys are looking for something, that's what I would recommend. I'm scrolling down. I promise I'm going to get caught up. What is the mystery illness? Abdominal and then pelvis. God, that sucks. Because McCole is sneaky. Like Juju is like slow or Kelsey's slow. All of a sudden they can go to McCole Hardman and he can score 2 or 3 touchdowns. I think we all know that. But at least they have Kadarius Toney and Juju stepped up. You got Noah Brown, even though not Jody Fortson. So there's plenty. Pacheco, McKinnon. Like there's not a lack of weapons there. Ooh, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. We've been on this little wrestling thing, you and me, Cyber, and I like it. I like looking at the old school wrestlers. It's awesome, man. There's not a lot of people I feel that love wrestling as much as me. It's like it's been such a big part of my life, and I'm never going to stop. Like, I'll be that old man that still is wearing the shirts and buying the merch and representing, man. It's a part of who I am, and it'll never go away. Rondale, 6. That's crazy. I don't understand how people do that without their knees exploding. But some people are just fucking. They got the good body mass and the good technique, and yeah, I'm in awe of some of these guys, especially guys that are not really that big. They're not like linebackers. They're like little tiny guys that can do like amazing squats and bench. I'm like, oh my god. Jameson makes a $5 holla. Yes, it's great. It's great. And sometimes it's like, we need more people. But again, if we get more people and they're not the right type of people, then it doesn't make the channel better. It makes it worse. So, bang, bang, $5 holla. My boy, Jameson. Amazing. Bang, bang. Appreciate you, brother. Couldn't have said it better myself. Great community. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Yeah, but I'm going to start having people on the show. Like I said, I think it'd just be good, especially when we have streams during the week when things are a little slower. It can't hurt to be able to see faces a couple times and hang out. And if the person's got to go or we only have it for a short period of time, that's going to be better than not at all. I mean, like I said, it just depends if people want to. I'm not going to have everyone, but there'll be, obviously with the mods and some of the people that I know the closest first, and then we'll go from there. So. The Dr. Kitty. I think I would have to go into the stream afterwards, but let me see if it allows me to. Let me see. Let me see if it allows me to do it from my phone. Oh, we have a brand new mod in the building. Dr. Kitty. Dr. Kitty. I think it works. Someone's on that mod pizza. Appreciate you, brother. Let me know what you want to see, and I'll get you a couple photos, Braves or Titans or whatever you want. I can get some more Niner photos for Candace. I can get some more Eagles photos for Zini. I'll get photos for all you guys and girls, whatever you guys want. I'd rather stay busy. Like I said, that's why I like it. I don't need to have like 50, 100 people in the room, but as long as we have, 20 people or less, and people are interactive, people are chatting, people are talking, then it makes it go smoother instead of like everyone is just sitting there and no one's saying anything. So you gotta, But we have the right type of people in here 9 times out of 10. So, oh, Jake the Snake and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. No, Cyber's loving that. Cyber's loving that. Sarah's loving that. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, we all are praying for the Dr. Kitty to get better. You have the power.
Yes, I agree. I don't think anybody at home sees you turning towards me, illustrating the play. So Brooks sits down with five fouls. Desmond Bain back in. James hits free throws.
Mod status activated.
Memphis led by as many as 13 here in the second half. Trying to win their 12th straight.
All the cats. Jameson, I'm actually watching it right now. I got it on. I've had it on for the last quarter and a half. 98-95 Memphis. Yeah, 98-95, 8 minutes to go right now. Fourth quarter. Yes, I want to see collectibles. Are you kidding me? Of course I do. Appreciate you. We all love Mike. He's the best. Yes, me too. I mean, like I said, especially with like baseball cards, like I just have so many memories. I can't even tell you how many hours I probably stayed on the carpet, crisscross applesauce, or just, having all the pages and the packs and the Beckett magazines and just so much of that was my childhood. And obviously playing with toys and doing the video games with Atari 2600 and Nintendo and Sega. That was a huge, huge part of my life, and that'll never go away. But yeah, totally. 100%. 100%. Yes, I loved it. Still love it to this day. Oh man, I can't. That's gonna be so cool. I'm so excited. So you won't be able to be in the stream because you'll be there, but I'm gonna have a hell of a time. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh man. Yeah, it's just something about, being there. It's hard to describe unless you've done it. And I used to sit all over the place. I used to sit in the cheaper seats. When I started going to Duck games, long time ago, 20 plus years, back when I was in my teens, and I would go and I would sit like in the 37th row. And I was always dreaming like, it'd be really cool to be able to sit like behind the Duck bench and sit really close or get front row. And it took some time, but eventually I got there. And to be able to see like LaMichael and D'Anthony and to be able to see that electric football in front of you, Mariota, Herbert, I mean, it was really special. And being able to take people, because sometimes I would pay for like 3 tickets and, pay for the gas and the food and buy them jerseys and, give them the full experience. Because I just know that they probably haven't even been to a Duck game since, but at least if I take someone, it'll be like a lifetime of a memory. And that makes me feel good. So what's up, gang? $5 holla. What's good, brother? What's good, brother? My dude, $5 holla. My boy, Chief. What's good, bro? Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. I'm getting down into the comments here. Let me know what you want to see, Chief. Good to see you. I missed you, bro. I know. Well, if I see both of you guys in the room at the same time, I will have questions. All right, let's go with Jameson here. Good choice. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't care, I mean, John Morant and LeBron, I mean, right there, it's pretty spicy. Oh, I got a cool Kevin Byard that I've never shown before. This is cool. That's what it's about. I always like to be able to have something new each day, learn something new from you guys, and then see at least one new picture at least. And normally there's more than one at every stream, but nice intensity there from Kevin Byard. He's got the white helmet on, fist pumped, got the jersey on, and mouthpiece there and screaming like maybe he just made a big hit or they had a big third down stop. And then probably my favorite Kevin Byard photo here is him after an interception. And it's after the play is blown dead and he's pointing, about to run and high step towards the end zone as they celebrate. So like that initial photograph, as soon as they get the pick and then boop, and then they start to dance and they start pointing and, you know, dancing around. That's what it is. He's pointing. He's like, let's go to the end zone. I just got the interception. Cool photo. Love this one. I'm good, bro. Chief with Chief. Let me get his other photo up here real quick. Ooh, that's cool. Jackson averaging 3.3 blocks per game. He led the NBA in blocks per game last year. Again, the only reason he's not number one because he missed so much early. That is cool. What a cool snapshot. Got the autograph on it. That is awesome. That is awesome. Did you post that on Twitter? I would post that on Twitter maybe tomorrow morning, you know, for some like, you know, some nostalgic Chiefs good luck. You know, here's a gift that I got in a Santa exchange. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of late now, I mean, to post it. But if you do it like tomorrow morning, you know, maybe before you go or whatever, that's cool. I wonder how much that costs. I mean, sometimes you can get, you know, photos. Doesn't matter if it's a kicker or a punter or any player. But, you know, sometimes, you know, you can get stuff at a good deal, $25 or less. But sometimes you got to pay a little bit more, 50, 100, 200, depending on the name and the athlete. But that's very cool. My dad loves photos, black and white, color, autograph. You know, my dad loves it. Like, I can't even tell you how many Hall of Famers and Dodger legend photos that are autographed my dad owns. It's like, he loves baseballs too, and memorabilia, knickknacks. I get him the figures and stuff, but gosh, he loves the photos. That is so cool. I love that. Austin Riley. All right, let's get that for you next. But I haven't been this excited for NASCAR, and for MLB maybe ever in my life. Like, this is like, I'm so excited to do it for the channel, but I'm just excited to watch it. Like, I'm super invested in it. Like it's like I'm counting down the days for NASCAR. That's how much I love it. And I even love NASCAR more, I think, than MLB. I mean, I love MLB, you know what I mean? But something about NASCAR, even though it's like long, I love everything about it, with the cars, the sponsors, the drivers. It was a big part of my life when I was younger. And it's just, I'm tapping back in to that. And it just makes me feel so good to tap into something that I loved back then. Kind of like with, you know, Dr. Kitty here with, you know, working on her art, did it when she was younger, stopped for a while, and now is getting back into it. And it's a beautiful thing. I mean, you start to feel whole as your soul. Like, you know, when you actually get to do the things that you want to do, that that are a part of who you are. Man, I'm ready. I am ready. There's a nice Austin Riley there for you. It's got the Atlanta Braves gray jersey with the red lettering, with the tomahawk, with the dark helmet, giving a high five after a home run. Appreciate you, Jameson. Got you, brother. Nothing like a fire-breathing space kitty. I got the regular one here, too. But I saw that one. I was like, well, that's what happens when you get kicked out of the Google account. The fire comes out. Password incorrect. Like, what do you mean? This is my password. Sometimes that happens with like bank apps and other stuff. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm typing it in. I know what's caps. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like Bobby on King of the Hill. What are you talking about? Fuck. But that sucks. Yeah. Anytime you get locked out of your account or you're trying to get into an app when you need it. It's so annoying. That's facts. Where are you, Space Critter?
Okay, I see you too.
Oh man, back in the day, not for like a long period of time, but I have been watching a lot more Bam Bam Bigelow and Legion of Doom and Demolition. Like, you know, and obviously we have Royal Rumble here at the end of the month, so I'll be doing a stream for that. So, and I read a thing about The Rock saying that he won't be able to do the Hollywood match against Roman because he won't be able to get in good enough shape to face Roman for that event. So it looks like we're not going to get that Rock main event. Plus, he has other projects, and he's the hardest working man on planet Earth. Guy like wakes up at like 4 a.m. every day and starts pumping the iron and doing like 10 projects a day. Talk about work ethic. Must be because he's born May 2nd like me. May 2nd babies. We work hard. Just ask Pat McAfee. I'm good, bro. I am good. If you guys are looking for something to watch as far as a new program, I gave you the Steve Harvey thing on Twitter if you want to be motivated. But just like the video game on the PS5 and other consoles, The Last of Us, HBO, Season 1, Episode 1. I haven't watched all of it because I had to stream at 6. I watched half of it. I'm telling you, they're saying that this might be one of the best adaptations from a video game to actual TV show ever. It's got the most minutes and the most ratings since the Game of Thrones spinoff and like the last 10 years. Those have gotten the 2 highest ratings in quite some time. So I was like, oh, okay. And the first 30 minutes, it's incredible. I'll have to watch it after I'm done. But if you're looking for a new thing to watch, I finished True Blood. I watched it for the second time through all the way, 7 seasons, 10 episodes, went through the whole thing. And I felt a little empty inside. I needed something new to fill my heart up with whatever above and beyond that I want to watch on like HBO or Showtime. Because normally I like to watch one show a year. Like I want to continuously watch one like extra show a year on one of the bigger networks, but it has to be good enough for me to want to pay attention. And this one looks awesome. I can't wait to keep watching. So if you guys, let me see if I can find a photo, but it is so good. Or like end of the world type of thing. It's so good. The video game looks fucking insane too. Like it's like I almost want to buy a PS5 just to play this fucking game. It looks awesome.
You see what the Grizzlies doing, overplaying them. So they extended their defense, overplaying them. Good job by James. Backdoor cut. Takes the contact from Jackson. Gets the finish. 7 of his 20 here in the fourth. So Jackson, 5 fouls. Brooks has 5 fouls. Brandon Clark's going to come back in. Steven Adams goes back out. Troy Brown.
But it's like a 10 out of 10. I mean, it's like, you know, if you like Walking Dead and like zombie type stuff, post-apocalyptic type stuff, like it's done really, really well. And there's even a scene in like the PS5 where they show like a scene from the actual show and the video game. And it's like fucking crazy realistic. Like sometimes you have to do a double take to see which one is the video game and which one's the actual footage. But so good. If you're looking for excitement and kind of like craziness and, you know, zombie stuff that's happening and end of the world stuff, very, very interesting. And like I said, I only saw the first 30 minutes and I'm already hooked. I'm like, okay, I can't wait to watch this. So.
He's had an excellent game. 17 points, 9 rebounds, 2 block shots. Hasn't missed a shot from the field. And 74 for the line is too good for me to play Hackett. I want to trust.
I'm looking right now.
Trying to get a stop.
Yeah, it looks like it is him because you can see the 1 and then the shape of the 6. Yeah, it looks like it is Len sitting there. It looks like he is the holder. Yeah, 16. That's awesome. Yeah, very cool. And then you just get a nice frame for it. You know what I mean? And then boom, you're good. Like my dad got me the King Griffey Jr. PSA autograph, and you know, he's got so many photos, but yeah, it's a really cool thing. Like when you can find a really cool black and white or glossy photo with color, and then it, you know, whether it has an autograph or not. Of course, if it has an autograph, it makes it a little bit cooler. But awesome, freaking love it. Yeah, it's one of those things, not everyone is going to be into it, but I think once you like have like a favorite driver, and that you can get behind, or a favorite sponsor that you see, like a Home Depot, and, you have a connection to the store or something, and you just, kind of follow like one, and then you start like looking forward to the stuff like on the weekends, because it's like it takes over football. So once football is over, that's what happens. That's what we look forward to on Sundays. So it still gives us a chance to hang out, but it's not NFL. And, we can still talk NFL and whatnot, but some of the races can get long. Some of them get delayed. Some of them can get a little drawn out and boring, but sometimes there's big wrecks, a lot of action. And it's either you love the power and the sound and the sponsors and the cars and the drivers. And if you don't, it's one of those things. There's so many fans of NASCAR that are growing. It's not just like a redneck sport. Like, you'd be really surprised in the growth of NASCAR. And I think it's not even really hit its peak yet, because it's not really promoted to the people that I think that they could drive it to. They could drive NASCAR more towards kids and then middle-aged people. The OG people are already watching it, but for like the middle-aged people and the younger crowd, they don't know how to approach those people. And only kids of NASCAR that get into it, they get into it because their dads or moms or somewhere in their grandma or grandpa loves it. They hang out with them, and then they start to like it because they see the people, the parents or grandparents watching, but they don't really have programming geared for like a younger audience for NASCAR. And I that would be something that I would be looking into if I was in charge of NASCAR, because there's a lot of fans that you're missing out on now that you could get a bunch of Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson guys, and a bunch of other fans, at a younger age. But again, NASCAR is like hockey. It's not going to be for everyone, just like wrestling. So yeah, I would post that. It's awesome. Yeah, and a lot of times you don't have to go out of your way to learn about NASCAR. You can just come to the stream. Mike will be there, Riggs, and we have a couple other people like me and Sarah will follow information. And you just, the more you know about something, the more interested you are. If you don't know any of the drivers or any of the tracks or any of the history, it's really hard to get into anything. But if you, have a little, dedication that you want to try, or just want to hang out with us, then, it'll be something that'll come second nature. If you hang out on a Sunday when we're doing it. But I'm telling you, NASCAR is for girls and guys. There's actually a lot of females that love NASCAR. And there's a lot of people that are kind of like, they don't realize what, I think there's like a stereotype kind of about NASCAR, but it's much cooler than what the stereotype is. Oh, all you do is drive left. It's boring, but it really isn't. I mean, I would take NASCAR over basketball, some baseball games. I would even take NASCAR over some wrestling, football sometimes. I mean, it just depends on where the track is. Like if we're talking like Talladega or Daytona 500, some of those are like must-see TV. It's just a matter of if you know the history or know the drivers. And if you do, then you get more interested into it. So. Oh my gosh. So fast. Ancient Aliens. You got to get on that too, bro. Ancient Aliens has been pretty good. I've seen a couple episodes. Pretty good stuff, dude. You know what I mean? I'm going to do the National Geographic History Discovery Planet Earth is starting to pop off with some new stuff too, which is very, very cool. I love that stuff. It's good for my mental health. But time flies. Ah, nice. Zombieland. Yeah, my dad has an infatuation with zombie stuff. He actually owns like 100 different zombie movies from all over the world. Like, VHS, DVD, like French zombie movies, Australian, like German. Like my dad is like, he does this like epic Halloween party. And for you to be able to get in, you have to make a home video of like your own little mini horror movie of like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And so you get all these guys that are, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, hanging out with each other. And they're all doing their own little miniature horror movie for fun. And, they have all kinds of, my dad's got like a 6 foot, vampire, like 6 foot alien inside of a box. I mean, the props that my dad has, I mean, they go kind of big. Christmas time, how they have like those Christmas villages that you can buy the mini houses and the little figurines. My stepmom and my dad have like a billion. Like it's crazy. Like you go into like the living room area where we eat for like meals for holidays, and you have like the Christmas tree and all the other stuff on the walls, and the display goes like forever from like the front, and then they have another display like in the back. like so many houses, so many trees, so many of the little some of those people, like we actually have a store here in Oregon that only sells winter memorabilia. That's it. All year round, you have to go to Lincoln City. You drive in there, and it's the Christmas store, and they don't sell anything besides Christmas stuff all year. And this woman started the business as an entrepreneur. She was doing some office work, was like, fuck this. I'm not happy. I don't want to be like an accountant. I want to do this. I want to do, and I know it's a niche market and it's kind of crazy, but she's been in business every year and she never sells less than, I think, like than 3 or 4 things a day. And, some of the stuff might be expensive, other like trinkets and knickknacks and whatnot. But I mean, she's been in business and she's been going strong now for like 25, 30 years. I haven't been to the store, but I do plan on going this year. I definitely will probably try to find a little gift, for them to add, which they don't need any. They already got like 1 billion, but I know I can probably find something cool. Or maybe I can find something like a cottage, but it's like Grateful Dead. And I can find something with Grateful Dead bears on it and I can get that. They would love that. So. Yeah, but the Ancient Alien stuff has been really good lately, and that show on HBO, man, it looks so good. I will check. 118 to 115. Lakers only down by 3. Oh, in and out. Oh, loose ball. Oh, Westbrook with the loose ball. Now Lakers are down by 1 with 23 seconds left. How the hell did that happen? Oh, Chiefs, thank you so much, man. $10 holla, Chief for Chief. And keep sending me food, bro. If you and Chef, that's your guys' like responsibility. You guys got to like send me food photos like all the time. You know what I mean? You see a good one, send it to me. You go eat food, you got to take a picture before you mow down. I need to see that. Bang, bang, Benag, Benag. I think I need to spell better. Benag, bang, Benag, bang, bang. Oh, Chief, what Chief? Chief, what Chief? $10 holla. My boy. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack got an upgrade. Bigger screen, closer up, sharper photo, meme, GIF. Cactus Jack approves. O-Dog approves. Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy approve. Appreciate you. Yeah, and if you don't have friends that watch it, you're not going to be interested. And that's why I didn't watch it for the longest time, because I didn't have people that I thought that I could communicate with that would love it as much as me. And if it's just like me, and I'm already kind of on the fence, what's going to make me go over the hump? If I have other people that I can kind of, go over that. And now I feel like I did back then, because that former boss that I had, Ed O'Neill, he loved it. So he loved it more than anything in his life. And it just like rubbed off on me. And he would go to the races. He would go to the Vegas race. He would pick me back some stuff. And, we would talk about that at work. And he was such a cool guy. And I don't even know if he's still with us, living, or if he's passed. I don't really know. But, he was an awesome boss. And he definitely got me, interested. And I can never repay him for that. It's awesome. And sometimes you go through phases in life with friends and different shows, and sometimes you like things, and sometimes, certain things, you have other interests. But I feel like my baseball love is going to be a lot more. I loved it when I was a little kid. Then I was it was 3rd or 4th on my list for 20 years. But now, after going to the games and getting the Julio ball and the Aaron Judge ball, I feel like now my fandom for baseball is on an all-time high, which it would be probably for anyone that got a Julio ball or Aaron Judge ball as well. I mean, it's how am I supposed to not love this sport when I just got 2 of the coolest items that anyone will ever get in their lifetime, that I got both in the same year? And I predicted that I would get both. Who does that? Oh, I'm going to get a Julio ball. I'm actually going to get it, and I did. Oh, I'm going to get an Aaron Judge ball, but I did. But it's weird. It's almost predetermined. I feel like I have this connection with the certain players, and they're looking at me, and it's throw it to that Mariner guy over there. You know, I don't know. It's just weird. Like I just always have like these opportunities that are presented in front of me, and you just have to be able to reach out and grab it and take advantage, or you let that moment pass you by. But I always have these like special moments, like when you met Tommy there at the liquor store, where it's like you have this like intuition. Do I go in here? Do I don't? I've never been here before, but something is telling you in your gut or your brain to go in, and then you go, and then you have this like miraculous memory, but imagine if you didn't go in, or you would have missed him, by 5 minutes. You could have been there and he never was there because he left. Yeah, you had the exact moment in time on planet Earth in that short 5-minute window where he was there and you were there. Like, what are the odds of that? I mean, there's something in the universe. If you're a good person, the sports gods and the higher ups, they put you in a position to win. It's just that you have to listen to yourself and trust your gut. And then if you listen to your brain and then you sometimes take that leap, then you have a memory that'll last a lifetime. I still can't believe you met him. That is just so wild. You know what I mean? It's just like you talk about him, we talk about him, pictures. And then if it was something that you would have eventually built up and met him like 10 years from now, I would have been like, oh my God, how cool. But you were like, nope. We skipped that. We're like, we're not even having to wait 10 years. We're going to do it right now. And then boom. And you got the picture and everything. A couple pictures, some blurry pictures, him holding the beer. And then you have audio. So frantically excited, just don't know what to do with your hands. You're like, what do I do? Do I get an autograph? Do I talk to him? Yeah, I imagine to be a fly on the wall when that would have happened. I imagine that was a very exciting moment in your life. Still is to this day. Chief with a $10 dono. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool for him to get the recognition. I don't have any issue with him dancing around, flopping his arms around like Pat McAfee or Conor McGregor. I fucking like it. We need more of that. It's like you barely get to see these guys fucking show emotion at all anyways. You know what I mean? Like, let them be them. And if he feels that way, he went to Florida. He's got the swag. This guy didn't go to, Texas A&M Technical Institute for Technology. I mean, the guy has swag. The guy went to Florida. Florida is a big school for football. You know what I mean? He got a little chip on his shoulder, and he's good, and you're on the Chiefs. I mean, how can you not be confident about that? You're playing with fucking Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, and then you get to play with this. I mean, how does that not give you confidence? I mean, you would assume everyone in the building raises their level of expectations and talent and play when you're in the building with those four. Arguably the best four in football right now. Oh, Lakers with a steal and one. Oh, baby. Dennis Schroeder with the steal and the and one and the yellow stripe in his hair. 121-120 Lakers. Yeah, that could have been called a foul. He is swiped down, but then he went off bank layup, and now they came back from being down by $1 billion, and now he has a chance to put them up by 2. Wow. Jameson. They heard it. The sports gods, Jameson, Lakers are playing like shit. And then the sports gods were here in the room. They were like, oh, Northwest Sports Fanatics. This Jameson guy's kind of mad. All right, let's turn it around for him so that maybe the Lakers will come back. And then poof, 10 minutes later, now the Lakers are up by 1, possibly 2, with 7 seconds left. And he made the free throw. 122-120. Wow. But there's still 7 seconds, so John Morant can do some magic. But hell of a comeback for you guys. I did not expect you guys to act. Every time the Lakers were on, they always were unwatchable. It's like watching Buccaneer football, right? But they've started to get a little bit better as the season has gone along. Thank God, because the Lakers are always on fucking TV late. And if I can't watch the Blazers, it's really hard to watch the Lakers when the Lakers are bad. Even when LeBron is out there and they're losing by 30, that doesn't give me any incentive. I'm like, okay, I get to watch a legend, but they're losing by 30 every game. Like, this is not fun for me. Wow. Big steal right there. You are overdue. Yeah. Well, you guys will see some great football tomorrow. Believe that. I'll be streaming the games. Hey, maybe. There you go. The sports gods, they were listening. Shit, one day Tommy might be here on this show. Wouldn't that be something? That would be a great treat to have. I mean, you could have any football player out there, but, to be able to have one that we actually talk about, that we actually root for and enjoy, it's like he would be fucking shocked that anybody talks about him anywhere at any time. You know what I mean? It's like punters and kickers don't really get discussed on podcasts or on shows, that often. And if they do, it's someone being an asshole talking shit, and they're not praising these players. It's like, when's the last time you seen a fucking kicker, punter, or offensive lineman get fucking praised? John Morant, shake and bake. Missed. Oh, foul on the Lakers. 1.9. Ooh. Free throws coming. Who's free throws for, though? John Morant is special. He's my favorite player to like watch if I'm not watching Dame. Really athletic. He's got more bounce for those dunks, but very good all-around player like Dame, and I like that. All those people, they're like, Zion's going to be better than John Morant. I was like, you obviously don't know anything about basketball. And if you watch Zion, you saw him. He got hurt all the time at Duke. I mean, the guy fucking exploded out of his shoes and got injured one time. I mean, the guy was just always overweight and injury prone, but he was an amazing dunker. Like, that was like the cool thing about him. Like, he could do like 360 dunks in games. He would block shots into the 20th row. So that's what, got him that hype. But he, Zion ain't no LeBron James. Let's not get it twisted. But, hopefully he can stay healthy. Yeah, and that's why I love it that we have people here that brought like punters and kickers to the forefront, like Holly. Missed. And the Lakers win 122-121. But now the whistles are blown. What's going on here? Wait a minute now. Now the refs are saying no. We already got people hugging LeBron and John Morant. I think the Lakers won this game, but wow. There you go, Jameson. He said, Lakers suck. And the O-Dog says, all right, we need some help here. 122-121 Lakers. Plays under review. I mean, how much time are they going to put back on the clock? 0.4? Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, so probably 0.8. 0.4, I called it. Look at that. 0.4, motherfucker. 0.4. Fuck out of here. 0.4. Yeah, big win. There you go.
Spectacular steal.
Yeah, you ain't going to get a shot off in 0.4. Technically, they say 0.8 is the least that you can do before you get a shot off. But if you're like tipping it with the tip of your thumb or fingers and you can boop, you might be able to get it sooner. But technically, that's what the rule book says. 0.8 is the lowest amount where you can actually catch and shoot. But yeah. But the Pelicans ended up getting CJ, McCollum from the Blazers. So they have a future. It's not like the Pelicans are garbage. I just want guys to get healthy. And but I always knew when I saw John Morant in college, I was like the all-around player or the popular guy, that can dunk and do the rebounds and the block. I was like, I already knew which guy was going to be better and which guy more than likely would stay healthier. But Jaws even exceeded expectations. I think we all knew he was going to be good, and we knew he would be a superstar. But I think he blossomed into a superstar sooner than people thought. Same thing with like Dame. You could see it, but then it took a couple years. But they got better and better as the greatness accumulated. So now we got 0.4 seconds. We got all the guys in the front row with all their expensive designer jackets in the front. Here, just standing behind the Lakers. And it's over. Lakers win, Lakers win, Lakers win. I'll get you a Laker photo here. Maybe some more Tommy Townsend.
Now proof to
21-25 record. Sounds like the Blazers. Sucks when you like have talent and then you just are dog shit. It's just like, golly. It's like, I don't got to be number one in the West, but you don't want to be like, so far down with all these like Hall of Fame players or good players. But nice job, dude. Final score 122-120. Anytime you can beat Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies, that's a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, we actually beat Luka here in Portland, but we had to hold them to 15 points. That's the only way you can win against a superstar team is if you can hold their superstar to under 20. Then but if you don't, you're screwed. But we've seen Luka put up, 50, 60. So, yeah, Ja is a superstar. No question.
Just went to, go get it, stabbed at it, ball went loose, and I just attacked the basket.
All right, we're at the 3 hour and 53-minute mark. We can go for like 7 more minutes. I mean, I don't know how long you guys want to go. I want to make sure I spend time with Paisley because it's just me. So I'm thinking maybe ending the stream off in 7 minutes would be a cutoff point. I will be back tomorrow for 2 games and 2 games on Sunday. So if there's any last minute pictures that Chief will Chief, anything that you want to see, Mike, Jameson, Sarah, Dr. Kitty, any of you guys, if you guys shared it on Twitter, any of the people that might be watching on there, of course they can't comment on Twitter. They can watch, but they can't actually comment at all. They're just kind of watching from afar. But thank you to the 3 people. And usually we have about 3 to 4 or 5 people that do that. Eagles, John, Jameson, Meza, Sarah, appreciate that. Yeah, so I went over the matchup. So, Chiefs and Jags, obviously it could be a shootout. Trevor will probably play a little bit better than we anticipate. They could both win, Chiefs and Eagles, by 10 or more. It's possible, but maybe it ends up being more closer to 4 to 7 points, 4 to 8 points where it's a win, but maybe the Jags and Giants play a little bit better than we anticipate. We know Chiefs defense has holes, and sometimes they play good, sometimes they play average. So there's going to be wiggle room for Trevor to get, some points there. But we know the Chiefs are the better team. And then obviously with the Giants, they could compete, but Saquon's going to get 100 yards. He has to get 100 plus, 2 touchdowns. Danny Dimes has to play fantastic out of his mind. Dexter Lawrence and Kayvon Thibodeau have to get sack lunches. And do we really think all those things are going to happen? Probably not. So even though the Giants and the Jags might keep it close for the first half, maybe going towards the second half, that's when the Chiefs and the Eagles make the adjustments and pull away. Or maybe they get on fire right away and the Chiefs and the Eagles are blow out both teams in the first quarter. I mean, we don't really know how it's going to pan out, but there is wiggle room a little bit. Giants don't have a whole lot of wiggle room for their offense to fail against the Eagles' elite defense. But the Jags with Trevor and Evan Ingram and Zay Jones and Marvin Jones and Christian Kirk and ETN, they have weapons. The O-line is shaky, defense is shaky, but they have Josh Allen on the Jags defense that makes plays and a few others. They're a year or two early. They're young, you know what I mean? But they have some guys on defense. Giants do as well. But I think that's what you're going to get. And then on Sunday, obviously that's going to be where it's going to be probably 3 or 4 points or less, where you're going to get 2 really close games. That games tomorrow could be blowouts or won by a touchdown or more. And then Sunday's games, originally I had the Bengals, but I can't let my heart for my Joe Burrow love over Josh Allen pick, the Bengals if I know about new injuries. And then supposedly the injury report came out and Sarah sent it to me and I also saw it online. The Bengals ruled out starting left tackle Jonah Williams and starting right guard Alex Kappa, formerly of the Bucks, for the game. So if their offensive line already is shaky and now they're down 2 starters, I might have to flip my pick to Buffalo now. I'm more of a Bengals guy and a Chief guy. I'm more Mahomes Burrow. Mahomes is Mahomes. Burrow is Joe Montana. Josh Allen is reckless. But if you had that happen, that might and I always preach O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. So if I pick, the Bengals, I'm pretty much preaching that the offensive line doesn't matter. And it still could happen where Burrow wins because they're amazing. They're a good team. And shit, they had a horrible O-line and they made the Super Bowl last year. So if I already seen them do it once, I know they can do it again. But maybe Buffalo feeds off DeMar, feeds off the crowd. And knowing that offensive line is banged up, maybe the defense for Buffalo gets in there on Burrow a little bit more than anticipated, and maybe Buffalo squeaks it out. So I had originally my pick all week was the Bengals. I'm still going to be rooting for Burrow and the Bengals in my heart, But if I'm giving someone advice on like betting or what I think would be the smart way to go, I think I'm going to have to flip my pick to Buffalo just because 2 offensive linemen, that might be too much, man. Like Burrow's great. They're like on a 9-game win streak. Bills are on an 8-game win streak. They both haven't lost in 1 billion days each. But O-line matters. And if anyone can overcome that, it is Burrow. But maybe Buffalo, now has the advantage. And I'm still going to be rooting for Cincinnati, but I think I'm going to flip it there. And then also Dallas has a chance, a stronger chance than the Jags or the Giants. But I just think San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan, that defense, Trent Williams, the offensive line, CMC, the defense, Hufanga, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, a little too much San Fran, and I'm going San Fran. So I really think that the only upset that you were going to get would have been Cincinnati or Dallas, but you never know. But also, too, if I pick all the home teams, that doesn't always happen all the time either. So even though with these Bengals injuries, someone's got to win on the road. Do we really think that everyone at home is going to win? We had 3 upsets in the first round. We're due for 1 upset. So who is it? The Bengals or the Cowboys? Somebody's winning. More than likely. I would be shocked if we can get all the home teams win. Sometimes in sports, you just look at the history and the pattern, and history tells us there's going to be 1 upset out of the 4 games. But who's it going to be? You know what I mean? You usually get 2 or 3 in the first round, wild card, super wild card. We got that, Dallas, the Jags, right? And then the Giants over the Vikings. But once you go further in, less upsets. And once it comes NFC, AFC, the upsets stop. It's like you kind of know where it's going to go, or you have a gut feeling if you're not biased. You kind of know, and then Super Bowl, you go there. But we'll see. But at this point, I have to flip my pick to Buffalo, but maybe I'll change my mind tomorrow. But as of right now, I have to do it based on no bias, no external feelings. Like, you know what I mean? And obviously, I like Burrow a hell of a lot more. I like the Bengals a hell of a lot more. I think the history would be good for the Bengals, but, we'll see. But the Bengals have the best shot to win because, honestly, they could be the best team in the AFC. Just because they're playing Buffalo and would have to play Kansas City, I think that they play and match up to those 2 teams really well. They're always going to be known as the 3rd best all the time behind the Bills and Kansas City. But sometimes 3rd best turns into 1st best. You may not win the Super Bowl, but I would not be shocked if the Bengals made the Super Bowl this year. I mean, they already made it last year, but this team is built different. And, and we already know the Chiefs and the Bills have problems playing against teams that are physical, that run the football heavy, Ryan Mixon, and have a good defense at times. And you got Hubbard, T-Rex, you got some good people in the secondary. Von Bell always makes plays. It'll be interesting. It's going to be very, very, very close. But, history tells us there's going to be 1 upset. Maybe we get all the home teams winning, but I think there's a very strong chance that the Bengals or Dallas, one of those maybe can pull it off. Maybe not the Jags or Giants, but on Sunday, there might be an upset alert. But if we don't, then we'll end up getting the best of the best, and then we'll crack it out in the AFC, NFC championship game, and then it'll be Chiefs, right? And the Bengals, or Chiefs, Bills, and then you're going to get Eagles. It'll be Chiefs, Bills, and then Eagles and the Niners. I mean, it's going to be crazy. No matter what combination, it's going to be fun. So, yeah, but we're injured, bro. We're injured, and we're not playing good basketball. Every game I've watched like 10. They've lost every game I've watched when I've covered it on YouTube or it's been on in the background. Yes. Love you. Appreciate you. I'm about to end the stream here now anyways. Take care of my puppy. So, yeah. But also remember, too, just because the Jags beat the Chargers with no defense doesn't mean they're going to go in and beat the Chiefs the same way. And just because the Giants won against a team, the Vikings, that had no defense, that doesn't mean that they're going to go into Philadelphia and do the same thing. That's when you get delirious fans thinking that they're going to repeat the same thing that they did against a shittier team with a shittier defense. Like, wake up. Like, you're not playing the same team or the same quarterback or the same coaching staff. But sometimes these fans, they get like blinders. We won. We came back 27-0. We're going all the way. Duval, we're going all the way. Or the Giants fans are, we're going. We beat the Vikings. We're going all the way. It's like they can't even think clearly. All they think about what happened last week, and that's going to happen every week moving forward. But that's the difference between someone that's biased and someone that's not. Sometimes you have to be more realistic. So, no worries. I'm actually just about to leave, but I will be back tomorrow for both the games on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, and that's another reason where extra motivation, when you have someone that passes away, someone that gets cancer, someone that gets ill, or, you have something, that's extra motivation. So even though Von Miller is not there to take advantage of the 2 offensive lineman injuries, that's big. And if Burrow does it, and if he beats, the Chiefs and they get to the Super Bowl again, we need to start talking about Joe Burrow being like Joe Montana. Even if they lose 2 Super Bowls in a row, that tells me that he'll be back again and eventually will win. And Burrow's a hell of a lot better than we're giving him credit for. But I don't know if you're going to be able to do it with, a shitty O-line, and then now you have 2 additional starters not playing. I don't know how he's going to do it, but I know Joe Burrow's crafty as hell, and they're very well coached. So I wouldn't be shocked either way, Bills or Bengals or Cowboys or Niners. Those are going to be the close games this weekend. So, but hopefully the games for tomorrow, Giants, Eagles, and the Chiefs and Jags are competitive and they don't get out of hand until late. Hopefully we're on our seats and we're on the edge of our seats and we're intrigued and whatnot. So, but I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you for everything. If there's any other photos that I owe, which I probably do, more photos for Candace and Max, and we had some from Cyberpunk and Holly and everybody and Jameson, Sarah, all you guys. I love you and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And yeah, we'll be back. We will be back tomorrow. Let me get the proper photo here to lean to. So one sec. Got to go here. Bring this up. And O-Dog disappears. And I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. I can't wait for tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for making this a successful stream. We had a couple first-time donators to the channel, one for $5, one for $60 with Max and Candace. Awesome. And all the regular goats, I love you, and I appreciate you. We got a little bit of Mr. Williams in here a little bit earlier as well. You guys are awesome. I love you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you, and I appreciate you guys, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the game, Dr. Kitty, and I hope you guys have a blast with Rachel. Love you, appreciate you, and I'm out, gang.